Someone who knows how to price your home right, market it well, and negotiate the best possible deal. A monkey can sell a house right now, but a monkey isn't going to get you top dollar or protect you from costly mistakes. Don't settle for a monkey or an amateur agent. Work with a Ramsay trusted agent instead. These guys are handpicked for their quality and experience. They'll help you sell your home fast and walk away with more money without all the hassle. I wouldn't even sell my own house right now without a Ramsay trusted agent. And I've had a real estate license since 1978. So if you're ready to sell, work with a Ramsay trusted real estate agent. To find one near you, go to RamsaySolutions.com/agent.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
Justice for Christian! Justice for Christian!
The family of a man wrongly killed by Phoenix police are speaking out after the county attorney denied to charge the involved officer. KTAR's Ballot Overstoles is live in the news center to tell us more.
In late January, Christian Diaz-Rendon was shot and killed by Phoenix police officer Jason Valenzuela after Rendon's family had called 911 reporting an intruder firing into their home. That officer shot Rendon thinking he was the suspect, but is not facing charges. Now Rendon's family demanding County Attorney Rachel Mitchell reverses that decision.
And without any concern for the safety of others, fired his weapon from the middle of the street into our home with the intent of killing Christian without even knowing his identity. He shot my best friend, my partner.
That's attorney David Chami translating for Rendon's partner, Mariana Gonzalez. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
The former Peoria Unified Governing Board president was replaced this week and now is speaking out on her actions leading up to the big meeting. KTAR's education reporter Shira Tanzer joins us live with more on what she had to say.
Yeah, Becky, Heather Rooks told Arizona's Evening News she submitted an individual request for the Maricopa County Attorney's Office to look into mandated reporting in the sexual misconduct case involving 2 former teachers and a student at Centennial High School. She said this came after the board voted not to spend district money on a third-party investigation.
I don't see it as wasting money. We're talking about kids that were, in my opinion, sexually abused by these 2 staff members.
Rooks added MCAO forwarded her request to the Peoria Police Department, and the investigation will likely happen. Live in the news center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And you can read more on this story at KTAR.com. Meanwhile, the Peoria Police Department is asking anyone to come forward with information regarding 2 Centennial High teachers who were fired over alleged inappropriate sexual misconduct with a student. Police have set up a tip line asking for more information surrounding the alleged sexual misconduct involving Haley Beck and Angela Berlacca. They're accused of having inappropriate relations with a student. And of course, you can read more on this story as well at KTAR.com. A recent update in the legal battle between trade school EVIT and 9 local school districts. The East Valley Institute of Technology has filed an injunction order with the Maricopa County Superior Court, asking the court to freeze tax dollars that had been set aside for the 9 school districts' career and technical education courses, unless the money is specifically used for EVIT's satellite programs. In a statement, the districts responded, quote, "This dispute is about EVIT attempting to expand its control over all CTE programs." You can read more education solution stories at KTAR.com/education. Well, what happens next in the battle of the budget in Arizona? Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs will join Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos this afternoon at 5 o'clock for an exclusive interview. We'll ask her about gas prices and her re-election campaign. Talk to the governor only on KTAR. You can watch on the app, online, or at KTAR's YouTube channel. A 6th case of the hantavirus has been confirmed from the cruise ship where the virus has spread. 3 people died. Health experts say it's a strain of the hantavirus called the Andes strain, but it could transmit between humans. Health officials also stress it's not as contagious as COVID-19. ABC News contributor and epidemiologist Dr. John Brownstein explains.
The Andes virus is unusual because there's person to person, but you need that close, sustained contact. So the cabin mates of the ship, household members, caregivers, healthcare workers, those are the ones that are at risk. not the general public. And I really want to reassure people that this is not something that most people need to be concerned about right now.
The World Health Organization says they're doing what they can to contact those who are on the ship and treat those who got sick. Meanwhile, health experts in several states, including here in Arizona, as well as Georgia and California, are monitoring cruise ship passengers for possible infections of hantavirus. We're going to hear directly from Arizona health officials at 3 this afternoon. So tune in for that on the air, on the app, or on the KTAR YouTube channel. Checking traffic now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. A few things to look out for. A car fire at 38th Street and Greenway. An injury accident on I-10 northbound at Jefferson. We have another wreck on Litchfield Road at Waddell and Surprise, and an injury accident clearing right now at 2nd Street and Glendale. Traffic is brought to you by the Lund Mortgage Team. Got a mortgage in the last 3 years? Email RateWatch at lundmortgage.com and see how much you could be saving today. We're expecting a high today in the mid-90s, 65 overnight, and 100 tomorrow through the weekend. It's 96 in Glendale. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Whose stupid idea was this anyway?
Speaking up for Arizona.
If you think you can get away with that in my state, you've got another thing coming.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour #1.
Oh, so many people call hour #1 the best of the hours.
Hey, coming up at 5 o'clock, an Outspoken exclusive. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs will be here. We get 15 minutes, and we ask her everything and anything that we want. And she will sit here and try and answer a lot of these questions. Yeah. And that's coming up at 5. We call it Talk to the Governor. It has been around for decades here at KTAR, where a sitting governor will come in studio and answer questions. So Hobbs, 5 o'clock, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
I mean, we've got a list.
We've got a massive list.
We got things to go over. We're going to hit her fast of these. Okay. Sadly, there was an incident that happened a couple of months ago, and you may have heard about this, where a man broke into a home. And a fight with the homeowner ensued. The homeowner called 911.
This is Phoenix.
Yeah, which is what you should do, right?
Absolutely.
Phoenix police showed up, and a Phoenix police officer shot and killed a man through the front door of the house he was responding to. He killed the man who dialed 911, not the guy who broke into the house.
Very unfortunate.
To say the least.
Yeah.
Maricopa County Attorney Rachel Mitchell announced just the other day that she would not file criminal charges against the officer involved. And the family is understandably upset, disappointed, call it whatever you want. And it really does. Listen, it's a no-win. It's a no-win.
It's a tragic situation.
Yeah. But so my concern is, and I'm not ready to string up the police officer who shot, but there does appear to be, at the minimum, some questions of judgment, some training / policy issues, because it apparently is not in dispute that the police officer shot from outside the home into the home, which many people are saying that police officers shouldn't be shooting into a house when they don't even know fully what's going on.
Yeah, it comes down to training. You know, it always comes down to what are you supposed to do in that situation? And I know that sometimes, you know, obviously it's fluid. Obviously you're going to, you know, what cops have is a great gut, right? We've always talked about that. But you have to know who you're shooting. So if I'm seeing this in my mind's eye, we know that the 911 call came in. We know that someone has broken into a house.
Guy broke in a house, is fighting with the homeowner.
You get the officers that go over there.
Yeah.
And so are we saying that the police officer,
the first one on scene,
the first one on the scene, did not see who he was shooting, but he did discharge his weapon through a door.
It is not clear who he thought he was shooting at.
I don't think you can do that.
Especially, in my mind, I picture two people wrestling or standing off against one another. How do you know which is the good guy and which is the bad guy?
Right, so the officer sees something going on in the house.
Yes.
And he mistakenly identified the person he was ready to shoot as the suspect.
As opposed to...
Right. I feel that even this officer knows that was the wrong thing to do. You have a cop that is trying his best, right? You've got a cop that is there for all the right reasons.
They get a 911 call. There's a crazy guy broke into our house and is fighting with at the point he's fighting with me.
And this officer, you know that inside of his head, I got to get there. I've got to save these people. This is why I'm a police officer.
Yes.
And then he makes this mistake.
Yeah. And
it is a tragic mistake. It is a deadly mistake. Okay. So where do you go from there? That's the question. Is it? I hate to say this, but you have to bring it up. Was his training? Did he get the proper training?
Did he violate policy?
Right.
Is it police policy to shoot through a door into a home?
So I'm guessing the answer is no.
I'm going to guess no.
The next question is, well, then why did he do that? Did he panic? I don't know. Did he see a silhouette of a man who had a gun or had a weapon? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But, if you call the police and say there's an intruder in my home.
Yeah.
And you're the cop and you're going over to that house, there are other people in that house.
There's multiple people, and I don't know who's the good guy and the bad guy in this scenario. How would you?
Yeah.
So the police officer, again, according to Rachel Mitchell, Maricopa County attorney, again, not going to file charges. The family is now appealing to Attorney General Chris Mays.
Okay, I do think it's a good question. Should charges be filed for an accident? Because it's clearly an accident, right?
The officer did not intend to shoot and kill the innocent man. It's not first-degree murder by any stretch.
This isn't Minneapolis, okay?
No.
Okay. Here's something that maybe we should bring up. Maybe he shouldn't be a cop anymore. And that's not, listen, I get it. People make mistakes. We've all made mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
When you make a mistake like this, you've got to ask yourself, do you put this cop back on the street? It's one incident. I get it. But this guy wanted to be a cop his whole life. I understand that.
It cost a life.
And so
are there repercussions?
Well, maybe the repercussion isn't sending him to jail because I don't think he did it maliciously. I think it was an accident. Okay? If it was an accident, which we all pretty much believe it is, there has to be repercussions. And the repercussion to me would be you can't be a police officer anymore.
The attorney for the family, for the deceased man, the innocent man, I think we can
The innocent man who was
the
killed.
man who dialed 911, believes the officer should face negligent homicide charges for firing from outside the home.
You can.
Without a clear view of what was going on inside.
That's not unreasonable.
I mean,
it's not.
It sounds terrifying to anybody who calls 911. Police officers show up on the scene all the time, and a lot of times they can show up to completely chaotic situations and not know what is the relationship here and who's doing what and who's the attacker, who's the defender. I'm sure of that.
And I think that's why, if you're asking me right now with what I know, I wouldn't charge him. But I wouldn't. But again, there has to be. You can't suspend. I don't think you can suspend the guy for 6 months or something. I think he's not a cop anymore. And by the way, let's be real about this. It's hard to say that. This cop may have saved 10 lives in the last 5 years. We don't know. But when you make a mistake like this in a position that you're in, something has to happen. And I'm not saying that this police officer's a bad man. I don't believe that to be the case. I don't think he. I think if you ask him today, if he could do it all over again,
he has to live with this. That can't be easy.
But there still has to be a repercussion.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's sending him to jail. He went there to help. Yeah. And he did something that was wrong. and he shot through a door, and he shouldn't have done that. And he killed a man who was
defending his house,
Yeah.
trying to defend his house from a mentally unstable person who had broken in and started to fight with
I
him.
think when you have a job like this, and it's such an important job, I mean, you and I sit here in an air-conditioned room for 4 hours and talk.
Yeah.
Okay? I get it. It's not the most important job in the world. I understand that. When you're a police officer, it's such an important job. You have power, right? You have the law behind you. I get it. And you're trying to make a difference. But when it comes down to it at the end, did you shoot through a door, kill a man who wasn't the guy who invaded the home? And the answer is yes.
Yeah, an innocent person.
Yeah, and
right.
so at the end of the day, this might be a really good police officer and has been for a while. I think it ends.
Yeah.
I
get it.
I don't think you can make that mistake. And if you do, I think it's done. He made, they may keep him on the force in the next 20 years. The guy saves 100 people. I get it. I understand that. But with cops, it's a big job. It's a big job, and you've got a big responsibility. And if you make a mistake like this, I'm thinking your badge gets taken. Something has to happen. But I don't want to see. I don't want him to go to jail, though.
I want to see, and I believe our police chief has been doing this in many ways. Officers should be held accountable if they break the law or they violate policy in some way, shape, or form and put the innocent public in danger. Right. Like there has to be some sort of accountability for that.
You're shooting blind into a house where you know that there's an intruder, but you also know that someone called 911 from inside that house, and you have to know who you're shooting at.
Yeah,
and he didn't know that.
And a 36-year-old man, Christian Rendon, died because of it.
The family is in agony.
I can't imagine,
and I understand.
You
why
called for help, and this is the result.
And this is, which really, I mean, this doesn't happen a lot. I mean, how many times have you heard something like this happen?
It does not happen a lot, which makes me think that there are policies and procedures to follow so that you don't end up engaging with the innocent person as opposed to the criminal in this situation.
It's an awful story.
It is a horrible story.
Awful, tragic, terrible story.
Check of the headlines are on the way. We've got Becky Lynn to do that for us. And coming up next, yesterday in the 5 o'clock hour, we had the face-off. We want to play a little highlight of that conversation yesterday. The face-off flashback with who is winning the war in Iran. We'll have that. Play a little bit of it coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. 5 U.S. states, including Arizona, are monitoring former passengers of the Dutch cruise ship where hantavirus has broken out. That ship is now headed for the Canary Islands, where Spanish officials have detailed what will happen once they arrive over the weekend, including isolation and guards. ABC's Rena Roy has more on how this outbreak began with a Dutch passenger.
Argentinian officials told the Associated Press that in mid-March, the 70-year-old Dutchman visited a landfill during a birdwatching tour in Argentina. and officials suspect he contracted it from rodents. On board, showing symptoms of fever, diarrhea, and a headache. They say he likely infected his wife, who also died, but not before boarding a plane in Johannesburg, South Africa, according to the World Health Organization. Dutch media are reporting that a flight attendant on the plane is now in the hospital in Holland with a suspected case and awaiting her test results.
We'll be hearing directly from state health officials at 3 o'clock this afternoon. You can listen on air, online, or on the KTAR News app. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news now, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Weather-wise, we're going to be in the mid-90s today and 100 by tomorrow, and a little above 100 for the weekend. Right now, checking the temperature in Mesa, it's 94 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Outspoken, the face-off flashback.
Yesterday in studio, Sal DeCiccio, Emily Ryan, Tony Connie, and the question was, who is winning the war with Iran?
On Monday, we heard from Trump that the war is over.
Congratulations.
That epic fury is over. There's going to be no more bombing. And I'm thinking, and I hear this, I go, what a bunch of hot garbage. So we turn it from epic fury into Operation Freedom, where we were going to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
Escorting ships, or helping get ships out of the that are stuck.
And then he ditched the plan in less than 48 hours.
Yeah, well, it didn't last long.
Have we already lost? Like, our president doesn't know what he's doing. These negotiation tactics are insane.
Well, he's negotiating with himself,
It's like the pattern of bad decisions continues, and it makes him look, and America look, super weak. He doesn't know what to do. Well, Sal, let's start with you.
Sure, let's do it. So we've already won this. We won it within the first 48 hours. I said this on the program just as we got involved with Iran.
Then why are we still there?
Because of the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, then
and
the war isn't
nuclear
over.
Weapons.
All right.
So at the end of the day, we completely decimated their entire military. Trillions of dollars worth of material is gone.
They're still shooting at other countries, Sal.
Well, they're going to continue to do that because they're always going to be able to keep some type of residual military hardware around. They're going to have that.
Right.
And within the Strait of Hormuz, I mean, remember, it's 21 miles. You only need, if they bomb you within the first 3 miles, you move back 5 miles, you move back 7 miles. You're going to have missiles that are going to be able to hit those ships and those little speedboats that they have, because they don't have a military or a navy anymore. They have these speedboats they go through. You're going to have to find a way to take them out.
But I think you're proving the point.
Right, that's what I was going to say.
They don't need a military to shut down the Strait of Hormuz.
Right. I'm not disagreeing with you. Oh, no. That's a terrorist type of action, and that's going to be the hardest thing to stop. That is it. So at the end of the day, if we have already accomplished a major goal, I think Trump should have called victory at that point.
Well, he has declared victory like 8 times. So.
That is true. I'm not going to disagree with you on that. So when Gatos was saying what he was saying, I was laughing about it because it's true.
Right.
But at the end of the day, if we get them to really get rid of their nukes, whether it's 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, with verifications there, it's a huge win.
Emily Ryan.
Don't you think if we're going to engage in a war because it's important and because this regime has to be taken care of, and it's been 47 years of these atrocities, that we should see it through? I keep hoping that this is a crazy man negotiating strategy to keep everyone on their toes, but now it's starting to feel like we are making war strategy decisions based on polling. And that does not feel very comfortable to me.
You want to see it through? I want to leave. I want to turn every ship around and leave.
It feels kind of like the quagmire that everybody predicted that we might be in. What he's bumping up against here is the fact that in order to accomplish the goals that I think that they set out to accomplish, he might have to put troops on the ground, which he's not going to do, hopefully.
I don't know.
And that's the problem he's bumping up against. Is
you're
that
not going to get the nuclear materials without boots on the ground, because they're not giving it up.
So what has happened here is, over the course of this very expensive military,
skirmish,
where people have died and a lot of people have been hurt that are Americans, we have scared Iran into taking control of the Strait. That wasn't how it was before. We can't pretend like this is something that also wasn't predicted, that was going to happen. I'm not a foreign policy expert, but I knew this was a thing that could happen because
Well, apparently every other president did as well.
And so I just think that this is so short-sighted. And the fact that they're like renaming it, do they think it's a branding problem?
I don't know. I don't think so.
If it polled better, we'd probably have boots on the ground.
This is one of the things that I think unfortunately happens when your inner circle becomes much too insular. And I wonder if he's not hearing from people that this is a mistake. And folks are kind of, whether it's the vice president or the secretary of state, who there's leaks that they're against this.
Well, the vice president's been kind of open about being against this, hasn't he?
And whether or not, they're kind of going away. Like, who is, why is this still happening?
Well, who wants the war to end more, Iran or the U.S.?
Well, I think we do.
The U.S.
By far.
But if that's the case, Sal, how are we winning the war?
Well, I think we've already won the first 48 hours by decimating their military, taking it apart. But let me tell you what's occurring.
It's kind of like saying you win an election if you won early voting. That's not how it works, right?
Well, I always thought about that.
All right, that is the face-off flashback. So at 5 o'clock every Wednesday, we bring in a new panel. We talk politics for an hour. And then here on Thursday, right around 2:15, we give you a little snippet if you missed the face-off yesterday. There's no way we've won this war. You can say it over and over and over again, but and I'll say it over and over again. Just say you won and leave.
He already has. He said we've won 8 different times.
Around.
We're winning so much in this war. It's such a big win. He said it millions of times.
They've got this one-page memo that they're working on. Yeah. It's the same as Obama's deal. Yeah. Except Trump spent $25 billion. And by the way, I filled up my gas tank today. $5.75.
Oof.
It's almost $6 if it's the premium. Almost $6.
If this is winning, I'm terrified of what losing looks like. Check of the headlines on the way. We've got Becky Lynn to get you up to speed on that. Coming up next, will the release of these so-called UFO government files shake religion to its core? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
War with Iran.
Trump wrote on social media, if they don't agree, the bombing starts. Iran has not agreed to anything yet and remains publicly defiant. One official declaring Iran has its finger on the trigger and is ready. But the American blockade is squeezing Iran's economy. The Pentagon announcing U.S. forces fired on another Iranian-flagged tanker.
KTAR News is covering the Iran war on YouTube, on air, online, and the KTAR News app.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, Dave Ramsay here from my friends at Window World. With the Arizona weather heating up, it's good to know that Window World windows are specifically made for the harsh Arizona climate. Right now, you can lock in 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with energy-efficient solar zone sun shield glass, tax included, for one all-in upfront price of only $5,989. And that price includes Window World's noise reduction upgrade. Plus, you can save an additional $100 off any new patio or entry door. Best of all, their certified installers can complete most projects in just one day. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. So don't wait for summer. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
Hi, I'm Sherry with LifeSource Water. Every day begins and ends with water. It's in your coffee, your child's bath, the glass on your nightstand. It's the one thing your family uses constantly, yet most people never question it. A LifeSource whole house system treats every drop of your water, giving your family clean, conditioned water from every tap. Don't miss our free installation special. Call our local factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Offer ends this month.
Warranty limitations apply.
This is the way. It's Star Wars Night at Chase Field on Saturday, May 9th, featuring the Gabby Moreno Mandalorian Bobble, courtesy of Cox. Visit dbax.com.
These great nights we're having with the cool air, you want to open all of your doors and windows, but you know you can't because you have those flimsy screens, and that's the only protection you have from the outside world. Not with Bulldog Security Screens. With Bulldog Security Screens, you get real home protection. They protect like a fortress. They look amazing. They don't obstruct your views, but they are made with military-grade steel, and they're made right here in the state of Arizona, protecting your home and protecting the people that you love. Imagine opening those doors and windows, fresh air all night long, enjoying our perfect weather, doing it in comfort and in safety. That's what it's all about. Don't go for the posers. Always look for the Bulldog, because there's only one that comes with a no break-in guarantee, and that's Bulldog Security Screens. Do your family a favor, make an appointment now, and sleep at night in safety and in security. Do it right now. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog Security Screens, they're tough.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Peoria police are establishing a tip line asking for more information surrounding allegations of sexual misconduct involving 2 Centennial High School teachers and a student.
The tip line is to help investigators gather more information relating to allegations that teachers Haley Beck and Angela Berlacca engaged in sexual misconduct and grooming involving a student. County Attorney Rachel Mitchell has not filed formal charges, citing the need to interview a critical witness. Anyone with valid information is asked to call the Peoria tip line at 623-773-8132. Again, that's 623-773-8132. John Roller, KTAR News.
And if you need that number again or any more information, just go to KTAR.com. A Phoenix man is sentenced to death for the Christmas Day murder of his wife and kids. KTAR's Melody Burkett is live in the news center with more.
Anthony Milan Ross's ex-wife went to his apartment near 16th Street in Highland in 2017 to pick up their kids to celebrate Christmas. In the parking lot, Ross shot Iris Ross several times as she tried to run away. He then went inside the apartment and shot 11-year-old Nigel and 8-month-old Honora. After a several-hour standoff, Ross fired at officers when they entered the apartment. Ross ran out of ammunition and was arrested. A jury found Ross guilty of all charges, including 3 counts of first-degree murder. Maricopa County Attorney Rachel Mitchell says the death Death penalty is the ultimate punishment, reflecting the gravity of the crime. Live in the news center, Melody Burkett, KTAR News.
Maricopa County health officials have confirmed 3 new measles cases and identified 10 public exposure sites across Mesa. The cases are connected, but the source of infection is still unknown. Anyone who visited locations like a Fry's food store, Target, or several restaurants between April 19th and May 3rd should watch for symptoms through late May. We have a full list of those locations at KTAR.com. Let's take a look at the roads now. We've got Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstation Freeway eastbound near Greenfield Road. Tempe with a disabled vehicle right-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Price Freeway eastbound near Broadway Road. And Phoenix with a crash. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near 59th Avenue. This report is brought to you by Western Governors University. Ready for a new career? Your next chapter starts now. Visit wgu.edu and enroll today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Just about 10 minutes ago, we were about 97 degrees in Phoenix tonight, 65 for a low. Tomorrow, 100 is expected. And right now, we're standing at 95 at Sky Harbor. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is Jim Sharp. NOAA says we're in for a wet monsoon. NOAA, the federal agency, by the way, not the dude with the ark. Will it refill our languishing lakes? The state's climatologist joins us after 6 a.m. on Arizona's Morning News. Listen on 92.3 FM or watch on KTAR's YouTube channel.
Gatos. You were very nice to Jim Sharp yesterday when we ran into him in the hallway.
I'll let the dad joke go this morning.
You gonna let the Noah joke go?
I really thought he was talking about Noah, who had the ark, by the way.
Well, that ties in well to our next conversation.
Let's do it.
So, there have been, I mean, do we call them rumors at this point, of a release of these UFO files, maybe confirming in some way, shape, or form the existence of extraterrestrials, either craft or beings. Trump has said he's going to release these files. People in government that said they our minds are going to be blown, right? We've got congressmen saying this is crazy stuff. If you saw what I saw, right? But now, apparently, a group of influential pastors, men of the cloth, are claiming they've been told to prepare their followers for the revelations coming out of these files, and that it may upend people's belief in the Bible and maybe religion in general.
Yeah, the stuff that I'm seeing is, these beings, created us, but we're just containers.
Ooh.
We're a container of a soul, and they need souls. I don't know.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean,
right?
this sounds like a bit like a horror movie, but keep going. Yeah.
This is what some theories are and all that. But I've always thought, and I've always heard, and I've listened, to people talk about stuff like this, is that if Trump comes out with an alien body, right? Or if he wants to do great
parades it right.
Right. I mean, like if he wants to do great television, like he knows better than anybody how to do great television.
It'll be like when
he's at the podium and there's something behind him.
And there's a reptilian UFO.
Well, I'm just saying there's like
alien.
There's the craft.
Oh, okay, or the craft.
I mean, and then you look at it and you're like, is this BS or is it? But I think one of the main things that people would start to ask is, did God create us?
So this whole creation of the universe thing.
Did they create us?
Yeah.
Or did God create them too? Do they have souls? Did they make up religion when they made us? Like that
if
kind
there
of
are
stuff.
complete other galaxies, and these things are from other galaxies,
they could challenge the long-held beliefs about mankind's unique role.
Yeah, the whole creation thing starts to fall apart a little bit.
I don't know if it starts to fall apart a little bit. I mean, like there's a lot of evidence that points to God's existence, and like the order and design of the cosmos, right? It points to some type of intelligent mind. And I've always thought, in my religious beliefs, that's God. But some people will say it's not. It's whoever's flying around these, these UAPs, and it stops on a dime and then goes a billion miles an hour the other way, and then stops on a dime. Did they create us? And so I think that, your question at the beginning is, would people start to rethink their religious beliefs?
Would it cause some people to question them?
I think it's fair. I'm not buying that they created us, probably because I don't want to believe that.
Mm-hmm.
And is there any proof? Like, Bruce, they would have had to have written the Bible. Okay, could it have happened? Sure. Did they make up Jesus? I don't know. I don't think so. I can't go there.
These religious men, apparently say they were brought into a meeting and were told to get believers ready.
Right. I don't know what that means.
So they would not be shocked or deceived.
Yeah. But what does that mean? Are religious texts going to be reinterpreted? Like, are you going to revisit the stories that are in the Bible with fresh eyes? You're going to start looking for some of this stuff?
Well, because I think it's fair to say that if there is some form of science behind this, and again, proof of other galaxies, other time, other creation, that it will, I would hope, I think for some people it would bring into question the entire concept of this, going, well, hold on a second. Well, that's not what the book said.
Right. So here's an example, right? Like could you reinterpret religious texts and argue, okay, angels and chariots and visions or beings from the sky in texts like the Bible or the Quran were actually extraterrestrials?
They
Now,
were alien.
Right.
The aliens would explain some of that.
And others would completely reject that idea and say spiritual events should not be reduced into aliens or technology.
Just saying.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know what they could put out in front of me to say, you shouldn't believe that in Jesus anymore. I don't think there's anything that I don't think there's any proof that.
And I'm sure there's plenty of people that again, because it requires faith, and it requires blind faith in some way, shape, or form that you believe, and if you believe, you believe.
Yeah,
I'm one of the ones that does it. That's why you and I have awesome conversations about this.
It's interesting.
I heard a great description of God, by the way. Can I tell you?
Sure. It's just one word.
It is. And it is a
I don't know if we have the same word. Go ahead.
A quote.
Okay.
And apparently it's attributed, are you ready?
Okay.
To the former road manager for AC/DC.
Oh, for Pete's sake. I love AC/DC.
God is the name of the blanket we throw over the mystery to give it shape.
Say it again.
God is the name of the blanket we throw over the mystery to give it shape.
I'm going to have to digest that for quite a little bit.
There's so much we don't understand. There's so much we want answers to.
Right.
We try to put shape on it, if you will, and we try to understand it. And is God that concept of trying to understand things we don't understand? Well, that's how I interpret his terminology there.
Well, it's like, trying to prove that God exists. I don't think you can prove that he exists, but
you can't prove definitively one way or the other.
Right. But if life comes from life, right? Life comes from life. Life doesn't come from non-life. So how did this whole thing start?
So there's this thing called evolution that you and I could have a conversation about someday.
I think that
I'm on the side of science.
I'm not sure science is on that side
anymore. I'm on the side
anymore.
of science.
Okay.
And the fact that the Earth is billions of years old, not thousands of years old.
Yes.
So.
Well, it's interesting that there have been private conversations.
Yeah.
By people in the government with certain pastors.
What are we about to find out?
I don't know, man. I still don't believe that. I don't think we're going to get what we want. I think it's still going to be.
It's still going to be a letdown, you mean?
Yeah, I think so.
I think that's fair. No matter what comes out, some people are going to go, well, you didn't trot out a little green man and lasers didn't come out of his eyes.
Right.
You know? All right.
But let's end it with this. Has there ever been more talk about UFOs and aliens and UAPs in our lifetime?
Coming from credible sources.
Correct.
Yeah.
The answer is yeah. This is the most we've ever heard of anything like it.
I would 100% agree on that. Check if the headlines are on the way. Coming up next, how long would you wait in line to save 40 cents on a gallon of gas?
Oh.
We're going to find out. It's coming up. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. Hey, call the Arizona Painting Company. Schedule them. It's free when you mention Gatos to come out to your house. Let them walk your property. Let them take measurements. Let them give you an estimate on how much it's going to cost to paint your home before the temperatures get out of control. It makes perfect sense to get your home painted this month. And this month, the Arizona Painting Company has one of their biggest discounts of the entire year. And you can unlock that discount right now by texting the word paint to 620-620. Now, if you want that discount, you've got to get a hold of this text today because you've got to schedule them to come out to your home this month. And then they've got to say, okay, we're going to give you a date. We're going to paint. And here, we're going to make sure you get this discount. But don't let May go by. Don't let another week go by. It's time for you to get your house painted. You know it looks faded. It's tired. Your neighbors look at it and they're like, yeah, your house kind of sucks. Well, don't let them say that. Make your house look better than every house on the block by hiring the Arizona Painting Company. Unlock that big discount in May. Text paint to 620-620.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thank you, K2 Vision. That's what I said, and you will too. Hey, it's Jim Sharp, and if you struggle with distance vision and now you need those pesky readers, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution. Plus, you'll never have to worry about getting a cataract. After 150,000 lens procedures, the K2 Vision doctors know if RLE is right for you. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com.
There's a lot we don't fully understand about long COVID, like its impact on the brain, but you could help change that. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 30 and 89 for a research study. If you've had COVID-19 with or without cognitive symptoms, or you've been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease regardless of COVID infection history, you may qualify for this study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
KTAR News Flash.
2:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Should Arizona suspend the state gas tax? We're going to be asking Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs when she joins us in studio for her exclusive interview. Talk to the governor today at 5. You'll hear it right here on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, and you can watch online on the app or the KTAR YouTube channel. Additionally, health experts in several states, including right here in Arizona, as well as Georgia and California, are monitoring cruise ship passengers for possible infections of hantavirus. We will be hearing directly from Arizona health officials coming up at 3 this afternoon. You can tune in on air, the app, or the KTAR YouTube channel. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, just go now to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. We're expecting our high today to be in the mid-90s and then hitting 100 tomorrow and 103 Saturday. Mother's Day, we're looking at 105. Currently at Sky Harbor in Phoenix, it's 93. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Jim Sharp here, along with Dr. Joshua Baker, who's the president of Midwestern University, the place I'm getting my physical therapy, by the way, at one of their great clinics they have out there. But you and I were just talking about the veterinary school that you have there, and it's the largest veterinary hospital in North America. And you also have a very special relationship with animals that are kept here in the Phoenix area.
Yeah, so we're really excited. We have a wonderful relationship, a long-standing relationship with the Phoenix Zoo. And now we've partnered with them right now to build a new animal hospital on the Phoenix Zoo campus. Now they're going to have the facility to show everybody the type of care they've been providing.
I love the care as a human that I get at Midwestern University's Therapy Institute, but I also am an animal lover, so I love that you guys are doing that too.
You know, the design is going to allow for some public viewing. So as the public, you'll be able to actually see these animals getting the care by our great veterinarians that are at the zoo and our students. So we're really excited about this opportunity.
You can find out more by going to mwuclinics.com.
Hey guys, Patricia with the Mike Broomhead Show. St. Mary's Food Bank is doing something really big this weekend. We'll talk to them, and we got Kristen Benz in for Mike. That's coming up tomorrow on the Mike Broomhead Show.
Hey, coming up at the top of the hour, Gatos, we are going to carry live the Arizona Department of Health Services, a press conference they're holding regarding an Arizona resident who was on board this hantavirus ship and got off of it before the outbreak became so public. So we're going to learn more about what they're doing here, potential exposure, et cetera.
Yeah, let's hope that he's not walking around.
Let's sincerely hope that he's not walking around.
Let's keep that person home. And you know, it seems to be getting more, I would say, a bit scary every day.
Oh.
I think. Because it looks, I mean, we'll talk about it, but, you know, when you have a ship that has an outbreak of something and you don't dock that ship for, you know, a number of days.
You make it sit out in the ocean.
I want to learn more. It takes you back to COVID.
Yeah.
Because we remember that one ship that we did not let dock, and then we did let them dock, and then we stupidly put everybody on a plane.
Remember that?
And guess who got sick? Ouch. Everybody who flew.
Yeah. So I think it's fair to say people are acutely aware of the price of gas. Becky Lynn just mentioned.
You right here.
Stop. Okay.
I do the half fill because it makes me feel
you
better.
You fill up at half tank,
yes.
So that way the dollar figure
is lower.
Isn't so crazy.
It was like $5.69 for the premium. $5.69.
He puts the good stuff in. No, he puts the good stuff.
Put the good stuff in.
No, he puts the good stuff.
I know I'm supposed to too, but I
think a lot of people are like, "You'll take what you get and like it, engine."
And I'm just like, you've got to be kidding me. That's a half a tank of gas?
Yeah.
That's a half a tank of gas.
Half a tank.
And then I start cursing.
And then there's yelling involved.
And it does no good.
Well, Circle K's here to help.
Okay.
And the question is, how long will you wait to save 40 cents a gas? In other words, how long would you wait to go back to 3 weeks ago prices? Right? I mean, how long would you wait?
Here's the problem. You're waiting in your car with the air conditioner on. You're
cranking it.
Yeah, I mean, it's 95 degrees today or something.
Well, today is Circle K Fuel Day, and between 4 and 7 p.m., so you still got an hour or so.
You better go get in line now.
Yeah, you can save 40 cents. Are you part of, you don't believe in any of these things, these apps?
Do you have to be like a member of the Circle K
No, you don't have to be, but I am.
Yeah.
I'm a member of the Circle K Inner Circle Club, by the way. Don't want to brag, but they invited me to be a member. And you can get yours starting at 3. You get an hour head start.
Ooh.
If you want.
Will there be any left by 4?
I don't think they're going to run out of gas necessarily. But here's the cool thing.
Okay.
It's going to charity.
I heard about that. It's pretty cool.
So Circle K is donating $250,000 in profits between 4 and 7 p.m. To the Children of Fallen Patriots Foundation. Provides college scholarships and educational counseling to military children who have lost a parent in the line of duty. So maybe even if you don't care about saving the 40 cents, it's still a good time to go fill up with gas between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. at your local Circle K.
I also think the Circle K, they win anyway because people will get in line. It'll be long lines. They'll spend money, but while they're waiting, they're going to go and buy something.
I got to get me a
need
slushy.
a Gatorade.
I need something.
I need a piece of pizza. I need something, right?
Yep.
So you go and you buy it.
There you go.
Hey, remember, we've got Governor Katie Hobbs in studio. 5 o'clock sharp, not 5:01, but 5 o'clock sharp today.
And an Arizona resident was one of the passengers aboard the cruise ship where the Hantavirus outbreak happened. So have we boarded him up in his house, or he's just running around Fashion Square Mall right now? We are going to...
Don't even.
We're going to hear from the Arizona Department of Health Services live in just moments right here on KTAR.
All right, Aria Dental Implant Center. Dr. Joe is the man, and he is going to give you a brand new set of teeth. I'm going to talk about 3 quick things, all right? First of all, Aria Dental Implant Center right here in Phoenix is locally owned, and that means you're going to get the best price. This is not a corporate dental implant center where they charge you thousands more. That's number 1, all right? So Aria is local. Number 2, Dr. Joe, nobody better in the business. He's treated thousands of full-mouth patients. He's placed more than 20,000 implants. Absolutely the experience that you need, and he is the man. Number 3, you can go and get a free consultation when you mention Gatos. They're making it super easy for you. You call, you mention Gatos, and you say, listen, I'd like to know a little bit more about Dr. Joe. I'd like to know about Aria. I'd like to know about the price. So make that free consultation when you mention me. And listen, go and get your teeth fixed. Go get brand new teeth. It'll give you a brand new life. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
In Arizona, comfort means reliable cooling in the summer and safe, efficient heating in the winter. That's why homeowners trust Ace Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical. With fast AC repairs and dependable heater service, Ace keeps your home comfortable all year long. Regular maintenance helps lower energy bills and keeps your system running when you need it most. Don't wait for an emergency. Call Ace today at 928-851-8704 for a free estimate or visit them online at acehomeaz.com.
Hey, it's Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, Roller.
Spring is here, and if your car could talk, would it be asking for a little TLC right now?
You bet. We've had a mild winter, and it got hot early. Spring is the perfect time for a fresh start, especially before the heat really kicks in.
Arizona heat, it's no joke. If your car's AC doesn't blow cold, driving sucks.
I'll say, now's the perfect time to get a free AC check. We'll inspect it, test the performance, and make sure it's blowing ice-cold air before the summer hits.
I like ice-cold air. What else?
Change your fluids. Engine oil, coolant, and transmission fluid. Keep everything running smoothly and prevent expensive repairs down the road.
And filters. I always forget about those.
Engine air filters and cabin air filters. They make better performance, fuel economy, and cleaner, stronger blowing air inside your car.
So basically, AC service, fluids, and filters are a fresh start for summer.
That's it. Stop by your local AMCO and we'll get your car ready for summer.
Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
War with Iran.
Trump wrote on social media, if they don't agree, the bombing starts. Iran has not agreed to anything yet and remains publicly defiant. One official declaring Iran has its finger on the trigger and is ready. But the American blockade is squeezing Iran's economy. The Pentagon announcing U.S. forces fired on another Iranian-flagged tanker.
KTAR News is covering the Iran war on YouTube, on air, online, and the KTAR News app.
Hey, Dave Ramsay here from my friends at Window World. With the Arizona weather heating up, it's good to know that Window World windows are specifically made for the harsh Arizona climate. Right now, you can lock in 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with energy-efficient solar zone sun shield glass, tax included, for one all-in upfront price of only $5,989. And that price includes Window World's noise reduction upgrade. Plus, you can save an additional $100 off any new patio or entry door. Best of all, their certified installers can complete most projects in just one day. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. So don't wait for summer. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News, now.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR, breaking news alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. A federal court has ruled against the new global tariffs that President Trump imposed after the Supreme Court struck down sweeping tariffs he issued last year. A split 3-judge panel of the Court of International Trade handed down an order blocking the 10% global tariffs narrowly for the small businesses who sued and for the state of Washington. Once again, a court has struck down President Trump's 10% global tariffs. You can get breaking news notifications right on your phone by downloading the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. The family of a man wrongly killed by Phoenix police speaking out now after the county attorney denied to charge the involved officer. KTAR's Ballin Overstolz is live in the News Center with more.
In late January, Christian Diaz-Rendon was shot and killed by Phoenix police officer Jason Valenzuela after Rendon's family had called 911 reporting an intruder firing into their home. That officer shot Rendon thinking he was the suspect, but is not facing charges. Now Rendon's family demanding County Attorney Rachel Mitchell reverses that decision.
And without any concern for the safety of others, fired his weapon from the middle of the street into our home with the intent of killing Christian without even knowing his identity. He shot my best friend, my partner.
That's attorney David Chami translating for Rendon's partner, Mariana Gonzalez. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
A 3-judge panel in Washington heard arguments in a lawsuit involving Arizona Senator Mark Kelly and the video that he made urging service members to reject illegal orders from the Pentagon. Following the hearing, Kelly spoke at a news conference outside a federal courthouse in downtown Washington.
They're trying to send a message to other retired veterans and really to all of us. If you say something that the president or this administration does not like, they're going to come after you.
Kelly says he stands by his previous comments and emphasized he's not backing down from the fight. What's going to happen next in the battle of the budget in Arizona? Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs will join Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos this afternoon at 5 o'clock for an exclusive interview, and we'll ask her about gas prices and her re-election campaign. Talk to the governor only on KTAR. Watch it on the app, online, or the KTAR YouTube channel. While the Hazen fire continues to burn in Buckeye, containment is increasing. The Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management reports they're at 78% containment, and they say crews will continue to patrol the fire perimeter. Smoke is possible as interior pockets of vegetation are being consumed in this blaze. Time right now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's May 7th, and back on this day in 1994, the famous Scream painting was found 3 months after it was stolen. Norway's most famous painting, The Scream by Edvard Munch, the iconic 1893 painting of a figure on a bridge who appears to be screaming, was stolen in 50 seconds during a break-in on February 12th, opening day of the 1994 Winter Olympics. 2 thieves broke through a window of the National Gallery, cut a wire holding the painting, and left a note that said,
"Thousand thanks for the bad security."
Many tricks concerning the famous painting ended up not being connected to the painting at all.
We take you now live to the Arizona Department of Health news conference concerning hantavirus.
How Arizona is addressing it.
Thank you, Nicole. We're going to start with Karina Rubio. If you'll unmute yourself, please.
Hi, are you guys able to hear me? Hi, I'm with Arizona's Family. Just a request to allow recording, if possible. It's asking, says I need to request host to start cloud recording.
I think that what we're going to do right now is not do any sort of recording if you don't already have that enabled. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, this is not an option to be like a recorded call?
No, not right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Adam Club.
They're getting it set up. Apparently, it's a
Hey,
Zoom call or
Adam here with
something.
ABC.
Yeah, this is the Arizona Department of Health Services.
Yes.
And so we're going to take this presser.
I got some of the background if you want.
It is a bit scary.
Okay.
After you go through something like COVID, and we're not saying this is like COVID, but there are passengers who became sick on a ship.
Yes.
And it did not dock.
Wait, it hasn't yet.
Let's go back to this press conference from the Arizona Department of Health Services.
Individual privacy. We won't be able to share very much information other than to confirm that we have been notified of one individual passenger who has returned home to Arizona. We are working closely with local public health who will monitor that individual. They are asymptomatic, so do not have any symptoms. And I don't know if Dr. Tarikas or Ken would like to share any additional.
Yeah, I think that the most important aspect to share is that this individual is asymptomatic, hence very, very low risk for anyone in the community. Just based on the fact that this virus, we know that it would create some degree of concern for the public if someone that contracts the infection happens to be symptomatic. Again, with this specific individual that we are talking about, this individual was indeed in that cruise ship, but we have no proof that this individual is even infected. So we're just monitoring for symptoms.
Can you provide just a little like context on like what exactly monitoring means? Is this person calling you guys in? Are they quarantined? Like what does that look like from your perspective?
And do you want to describe the monitoring?
Sure. Yeah, so really it's just checking for symptoms and temperature checks, typically daily.
Wonderful. Thank you. Gabriela Becara.
Good afternoon. I'm with 12 News. Just wondering if you can share specifically what county this person is in, and if you know whether or not this person came into contact with anyone who was infected on the ship.
So we're not able to share the county, again, just respecting individual privacy. And as noted, we don't have information that this individual was in direct contact with any infected person.
Thank you. Sophie Gardner.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. I'm with Politico. I wanted to ask if you could share any information about when this person returned to Arizona, and also how they got there. So was it like a commercial flight or, yeah, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
And are you able to share a little bit more just about the time frame? I think we were notified just this week.
We were notified on the 5th of May by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention that a traveler was coming back to Arizona.
Thank you. Jeremy Duda.
Hi, Jeremy Duda with Axios Phoenix. A two-part question. The first is, has this person who's on the ship, has he undergone, or he or she undergone any testing of any kind to see if they have the virus, even though they're asymptomatic? And if this person does turn out to be infected, what can you say about like the potential risk to the public at large?
So currently the investigation is being basically led by the local health department, so by that specific county. They will be based on symptoms to make a decision regarding testing. So based on the fact that this individual is completely asymptomatic, there's really no strong indication for testing unless we're doing so for epidemiological purposes. But again, that specific county will be leading that investigation.
So you were just listening in on a call with the Arizona Department of Health Services as reporters from around the state and around the country were asking questions regarding a Arizona resident who was a passenger on board this Dutch-flagged ship that now has confirmed hantavirus on it. I believe we're at 3 fatalities on board the ship. It is still floating off the coast of Africa, not allowed to come to port. But this Arizona resident got off the ship before the outbreak. And so they are currently being monitored, and they're not really telling us a lot, kids.
No, they're not telling us a lot. But if you don't know what the hantavirus is, it is a rodent-borne infection. And there are rare cases where you can transmit it from person to person.
Yeah.
They believe that on this ship, that is a strong possibility. So we've got the World Health Organization. I think we broke up with them, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, they right? still do their job. Yeah, regardless.
But the United States, I don't think we deal with them anymore.
We don't, yeah, that makes sense.
What they're saying is the risk to the wider public is low because the virus, it's tough to pass between people. It's not impossible. Mm-hmm. But you've got 3 dead, and you've got several others sick. And some of the sick, they were evacuated from the ship.
Right. And one of the other problems is when the ship made other ports of call before this happened.
You got to trace the
people
passengers.
Were getting on and off, and people got off, got on an airplane, went to a hotel room, flew across country, flew across the world.
So where did this Arizona guy get off? And I'm sure he got on a plane.
Yes.
And he was already on a ship that was infected. And that's not good for you if you were on that plane. It doesn't mean necessarily. By the way, this isn't COVID 2.0 from what we understand.
No.
Okay?
No.
But it's serious. Yeah. I mean, it is serious.
It only spreads through close contact, such as sharing a bed or sharing food. This strain, this is according to the World Health Organization, who is still by the way, the authority on this.
Right.
The CDC says the illness starts with flu-like symptoms, and they can come 1 to 8 weeks after contact.
All right.
So you've got 2 months of, what do you want to call it, an incubation period possibly, or a quarantine period, at least for whoever this person was who was on board that ship.
Yeah, I mean, it started in early April. There was a 70-year-old man sick on board, everything you just said, fever, headache, all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Before boarding, the man and his wife went sightseeing, and they traveled to Argentina and Chile, and that's what the World Health Organization is saying. And this guy develops some sort of respiratory distress, and he dies on board.
Right.
And so they're like, we don't know what he died of.
Right. Listen, I mean, there's like, oh, he had a medical event. No, it happens.
Right. So 6 people then join the cruise ship when the ship stops.
Yeah,
and this guy's body remains on board.
Oof.
And then like a week later, they take the guy's body off board. And his wife gets off, as do more than 24 other passengers.
Okay.
Right? And then you're seeing a couple of them start getting the symptoms of this illness. And what do? They get on a plane. We've seen this movie before. So, from the World Health Organization, they're saying, listen, this isn't COVID. Take a listen.
This is not the same situation we were in 6 years ago. It doesn't spread the same way like coronaviruses do. It's very different. It's that close, intimate contact that we've seen. And most hantaviruses don't transmit between people at all.
Okay. And this is not a new disease.
No, we had hantavirus here in Arizona 2 years ago.
Right. Coronavirus, new disease.
Mm-hmm.
Our bodies weren't ready for it. That's why many of us got it. So this is a different situation. Remember how contagious COVID was as well? It was super contagious. Like, remember at the beginning, like, oh, we got a new strand, and that strand is, 20 times worse than the last strand.
Right.
And like, and so, but this is not that. It's serious, but, you could possibly sit in a room with someone and not get the hantavirus.
Yeah.
But I guess my big question is, did we, I guess as humans, the World Health Organization, did we do a good job to contain this?
It seems like they're doing the best they can, but if you haven't identified that somebody has it, you have to then retrace all those steps and go, well, how many people did they come into contact with by the time they became symptomatic?
Well, I believe the woman whose husband was the first to die,
right?
She died too.
Correct.
You know where she died? At an airport.
Right.
Trying to board another plane
Trying
home.
to get home. So
This is where it all starts.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean we're all getting this. Doesn't mean we're going back to masks. We're not doing any of this stuff.
No.
But we do have an Arizona guy that was on this ship and is here.
Well, and he apparently came back to Arizona.
He better be at home in his bedroom and not let anybody in.
Well, and they were, what are you saying? They're trying not to give away too much personal information. It's a medical issue. I get that. We don't even know what county this person's in. But I don't think it was known to them, looking at the timeline, that they had been exposed by the time they came back. So what I'm guessing is a lot of Arizona Department of Health Services people are trying to do is, from the time you set foot back in Arizona, where were you? You know what I'm saying? We got to retrace these steps.
Right.
And some of it might have been Sky Harbor Airport on a certain day and a certain time and a certain terminal.
Well, and it's like, Becky Lynn was talking about, what did Becky Lynn bring in? We got measles? There's 3 cases of measles.
Oh,
and
good news.
They've given 10,
Yeah, so
10 places.
that's continuing again. I guess another outbreak, well, not an outbreak, but exposures in Mesa.
Right.
And they're telling people, in certain areas, if you were at a grocery store or at a Target, just to be on the lookout for possible symptoms.
Yeah, if you were at one of these 10 places in Mesa, hey, you know what? There's maybe a small chance that you contracted the measles.
Right, that you came into contact with.
And so, I guess we're going to keep dealing with this stuff.
Yeah, we are. We're going to recap a little bit about what we learned. We'll do that and give you the latest on this hantavirus ship floating in the Atlantic. That's coming up right after Becky Lynn gets us up to speed with all of the headlines right here on KTAR.
All right, Aquazona Connecticut, the world's most efficient softener. So, you know that the water in your house tastes bad. It's hard water. Hardest water, by the way, in the country. And what does hard water do? Well, it affects everything. It affects, how your skin feels or your hair. It affects your home's plumbing and appliances. So there is a chance that, you already have a water system in your home. You don't really know, if it's Connecticut, you're like, that's great. But if it's not, you're like, I don't know how good this thing is. Is it old? We bought it with the house. I don't know. Is it still working? Here's what you should do. Call Aquazona Connecticut. Let them come over and test your water. They'll do it for free when you mention Gatos. Then you know what you're dealing with. How much chlorine is in your water? They'll tell you. How many dangerous carcinogens are in your water? They'll tell you. They'll also take a look at that old, water system that you have and you're not sure it even works. At that very time, they'll also say, hey, you can trade that system in. Any brand, any condition, get $500 off a twin-tank Connecticut whole home system like the one I've got in my house. All right? 602-910-6570. 602-910-6570. You can also visit aquazona.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:17. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. New today, the Court of International Trade has ruled against the president's tariffs, another loss for the president's attempted shift to U.S. trade policy. The federal court struck down the 10% tariffs imposed worldwide by the president after his initial attempts were also denied by the U.S. Supreme Court. Arizona AG Chris May says this shows the president cannot make up powers and is not above the law. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. With a check on traffic for us right now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, here's Enrique Garcia.
Becky Lynn, thank you so much. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near 43rd Avenue, Scottsdale. We have a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 11 Pima Freeway northbound near McDonald Drive. And Mesa, we have a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Greenfield Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Overnight, low temperature right around 65 degrees, 100 tomorrow, 103 on Saturday, and 105 on Mother's Day. It's 92 in Gilbert. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Hi, Joe Huizenga. What is Maricopa County doing to make home building in the Valley easier and to ease our housing crunch? Find out tonight at 6 on Arizona's Evening News. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, and the KTAR app.
We just heard a press conference or some back and forth, if you will, from the Arizona Department of Health Services reporting that they are monitoring an Arizona resident who had been on board this ship that has now been tied to 3 fatalities from the hantavirus, a ship that is floating off of the coast of Africa, not being allowed to dock because of concerns of an outbreak on board this ship. We know that it's more than just Americans, that other people who had been on board that ship and then got off, went home, went somewhere else, flew around the world. I want to say I think there's 3 Americans who were on board that ship who have come back to the United States. And I think the thing that is concerning for some folks is, I don't know, they were not aware that there had been a hantavirus outbreak on board that ship before they got off of it and flew home.
Yeah, I'll give you an example of that. So when we talked about this ship that set off, on April 1st. Right?
Yeah.
And it had a bunch of stops.
Yeah.
And you get this, you get this 70-year-old guy that, gets on board and he's sick, right? Fever, headache, diarrhea, and then he dies.
Yeah, they'd gone on some sort of a wildlife expedition off the ship.
Right.
And then came back, and that's where they think they brought the virus back to the boat.
Right. So this guy develops respiratory distress. He dies on board. But you're not going to immediately go to the hunter virus. I mean, that's not where you go. You're thinking, hey, he's
an old guy.
He's 70 years old.
He could have gotten the flu. Who knows?
So at the time, the cause of death could not be determined.
Right.
Like, you can't figure that out right away. I know that there's a blood test for the hantavirus.
Yeah, but it's, again, not the first thing you're looking for.
This is not what you're looking for. This guy could have died of pneumonia, right? Or he could have gotten the flu and died. So it's not like, well, we got to shut everything down.
No, we're nowhere near that. That's not.
Well, not at the beginning, no.
Yeah.
So by the time this guy dies, you get 6 other people that join.
Mm-hmm.
And then the ship stops at all these other remote places. And you know, people get on, people get off. So I guess you got to ask yourself, like, it seems to me he didn't get it on the ship.
No.
Because I think that's something that no one's talking about. Like if you talk to friends, because I talk to friends about this weird stuff. Like, I had one buddy, I'm never getting on a cruise ship again. Well, it didn't happen on the cruise ships. He did something where there was rat droppings
or
and he
something,
inhaled some of the particles. I don't know how he did that, but then he brought it onto the cruise ship.
Correct.
And then my friend goes, "Yeah, that's why I wouldn't get onto a cruise ship."
Well,
but I'm
but
like,
by that argument,
somebody can come on with Montezuma's Revenge and give it to everybody. I mean, this is what happens on a cruise ship. A lot of people, we've talked about, if you've ever been on a cruise ship. You've never been on a cruise ship?
No.
When you go from place to place, and at least this is what they were doing when I was last on a cruise ship. I mean, they're spraying. They have somebody who sprays your hands.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. They have somebody who's spraying you down before you get in.
Because you're in a different country, you're being exposed to all kinds of different things.
Sure.
Who knows what?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's just the hand sanitizer.
There are 12 countries, according to the World Health Organization, that have potentially have a person who is exposed.
Okay.
The United States being one of them. So there are issues in trying to trace the path that all of these people took before they got back to their home country after leaving this boat.
Listen, I'm a hypochondriac.
Yes, you are.
I'll tell you, I'm not concerned about this.
Okay.
I think that, you're not going to start getting this in Arizona, even though we have one guy.
No, even the World Health Organization,
it's not COVID.
This is not an epidemic.
No.
It is not a pandemic.
No.
It is something that you should be aware of,
right,
but not worried about.
Yeah.
I
will say this. I do wonder how the World Health Organization, CDC, all that, handles this, because we all still have the bad taste in our mouth from COVID. And how it was handled. We don't have to get it. We don't have to relitigate this whole thing. But we were told some things that were complete garbage. And so it'll be interesting to see how they go about conducting their tracing and searching for people who left this ship and now are in the middle of a mall maybe. They got to find these people.
Right.
And we have to hopefully trust that they can do that. And I still think bad taste from COVID, right? We all have a little bad taste from COVID.
A lot of folks are and maybe a little jumpy.
I don't think you should be. I think that this is something to watch, and that's it.
All right. Tell you what, we're going to do a quick check of the headlines on the way, get you up to speed on things. And are you taking a pay cut and maybe don't even know it? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Arizona's Morning News, the Valley's only all-news morning show.
The largest voter registration effort by the DNC, the Democrats, in history is underway in Arizona. 20 DNC fellows are going to community colleges, coffee shops, and organizing online to register more Democrats ahead of the midterms.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News. Weekday mornings 5 till 8. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel and listen on air, online, and on the KTAR News app.
There's a lot of uncertainty in the world right now. Rising energy prices, fragile supply chains, even threats of food shortages. It's no surprise that millions of American families are starting to take preparedness seriously. That's why My Patriot Supply created Family Preparedness Starter Packs. 1 full week of food for everyone in your family. Plus water filtration, cooking tools, and backup power. All for as little as $100 per person. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com to get prepared today. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Staples has hundreds of ways to grow your business this spring, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through June 13th and save up to $150 on all your custom prints. Staples, that was easy.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
Your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
This deer season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season is going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Nobody wants to think about their toilet until they have to. A weak flush, water that runs on its own, or low water levels in your bowl, your toilet is telling you something. Ignore it long enough, and it becomes a costly repair. Parker & Sons offers a toilet tune-up for just $89. A full inspection that catches small issues before they turn into big ones. And if anything needs fixing while we're there, the $89 fee is waived. Call or text 602-2REPAIR and get your toilet tune-up scheduled with Parker & Sons today.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Life Changer Loan, and another reason why you should check out and see if you qualify. Imagine having 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week access to your equity. If you need to make a purchase, if an emergency happens, your equity is there and available. It's just one more advantage to being a Life Changer Loan client. Find out if you qualify. Get to their website. This is going to change your life. It's not magic. It's just math. LifeChangerLoan.com. Right now, do it. LifeChangerLoan.com.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. We are learning a little bit more about the Arizona person on a cruise ship with the hantavirus outbreak. KTAR's Melody Burkett is live in the news center with more.
Well, little information is available, but we do know the Arizona person is asymptomatic so far, and there's low risk for the community.
This individual was indeed in that cruise ship, but we have no proof that this individual is even infected. So we're just monitoring for symptoms.
State Health Medical Director Joe Tarique says it's not believed the person was exposed to those on the ship with the virus. Now, if the individual starts showing symptoms, he said there would be a degree of concern for the public. Live in the news center, Melody Burkett, KTAR News.
The U.S. military says it has intercepted Iranian attacks on 3 Navy ships in the Strait of Hormuz and targeted Iranian military facilities responsible for attacking U.S. forces. U.S. Central Command said in a social media post that this happened as U.S. Navy destroyers transited the Strait of Hormuz. Secretary of State Marco Rubio spent several hours at the Vatican today. His visit included a meeting with Pope Leo. The Vatican says the two spoke about war, political tensions, and difficult humanitarian situations. ABC's Melissa Aden has more from Los Angeles.
This was a super significant meeting, and it really could help the U.S. in the Holy See. That's where things are right now. You know, we know Pope Leo and Secretary Rubio have very differing opinions on peacemaking and what it really looks like to achieve and get peace. But look, there's common ground. We know Rubio is a devout Catholic, and unlike the president or the VP, Rubio has not criticized Pope Leo directly.
Eyes on Education.
The legal battle between 9 school districts and the East Valley Institute of Technology continues, with EVIT filing an injunction order with the Maricopa County Superior Court. They're asking a judge to freeze the district's tax dollars unless it's being used for EVIT's career and technical education classes. EVIT Superintendent Chad Wilson says the tax dollars were already supposed to be set aside specifically for EVIT's satellite courses.
More money doesn't necessarily equate to better outcomes. I think more accountability, more transparency, and more purposeful decision-making on what programs are offered and when they're offered is ultimately EVIT's goal.
The districts say this is EVIT trying to control all CTE courses. The battle began when an intergovernmental agreement could not be reached. You can read more education solution stories at KTAR.com/education. What happens next in the battle for the budget in Arizona? Well, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs will join Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos this afternoon at 5 o'clock for an exclusive interview. We'll ask her about gas prices and her re-election campaign. Talk to the governor only on KTAR. You can watch on the app, online, or the KTAR YouTube channel. Traffic time now. Let's go to Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp I-17 northbound near Northern Avenue. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near 43rd Avenue. And a quick look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash involving a pedestrian on 7th Street and Maryland Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
65 tonight, 100 tomorrow, and 103 on Saturday. It is 94 in Tempe. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is Jim Sharp. NOAA says we're in for a wet monsoon. NOAA, the federal agency, by the way, not the dude with the ark. Will it refill our languishing lakes? The state's climatologist joins us after 6 a.m. on Arizona's Morning News. Listen on 92.3 FM or watch on KTAR's YouTube channel.
All right, don't play that again. The ark,
part?
the NOAA and the ark, it's a dad joke, and I'm not laughing.
I thought you meant the AC/DC.
No, let's call Sharp, wake him up from his nap, and have him recut that thing.
Wake him up from his nap.
Hey, we got Governor Katie Hobbs coming on at 5.
Oh, Sharp.
It's not, don't say Sharp. I already dealt with him.
Okay, I'm sorry. 5 on the dot.
Not 5:01. 5 o'clock on the dot.
Okay.
All right. Governor Hobbs in studio, an Outspoken exclusive. Every 2 weeks, the governor comes in. We get 15 minutes, and we're definitely going to start with some gas prices. Andy Biggs says the high gas prices in Arizona are her fault.
Oh.
I'm interested in what he's thinking and what her response is.
Okay.
So that's 5.
Has he heard of Iran? Does he know what that's?
I think he's heard of it.
He's heard of it at least?
I've heard of it.
Okay.
I just filled up today.
You've heard of
You've
heard of Iran.
There may have been curse words.
Are you taking a pay cut and you didn't even know it?
Wonderful.
Now that the national gas price is $4.56 a gallon, what is it? Do we know what it is in Maricopa County?
Yeah. Let's see. I know I got it written here somewhere. Hang on. I'll get it. Go ahead.
It's on this page.
It's on that page. Oh, it's on that page.
Yes.
All right. Gas prices, state of Arizona. Okay. Arizona average, $4.84.
Maricopa County.
Maricopa County. That's 5.
$4.94. Yeah.
$4.94. I'm sorry.
For Maricopa County.
If you round it up, it's $4.95.
Okay. It's excuse me. It's $4.94.9.
My gas price today for the premium, was like $5.60 or something like that. Oh gosh.
So here's something that
was cursing.
I think a lot of folks, those that do some commuting, and we know that here in the Valley, a lot of people live out in the suburbs. I'm thinking of you in Buckeye.
Right.
I'm thinking of you in Maricopa. I'm thinking of you in Santan Valley. And maybe you're driving into the greater Phoenix area and back every day. You basically took a pay cut at work, didn't you?
Yeah.
You are taking a pay cut, whether you realize it or not, because rising fuel prices are coming straight out of your pocket. And I seriously doubt many of you have a boss that said, hey, let me throw you a couple $100 to pay for fuel.
I don't think that's happening.
I don't think so either.
I think that, I mean, I got to tell you, I've got a buddy who lives in like one of the Arizona suburbs, and he's got.
Are you afraid to say the name of the suburb?
No, but he's got an hour ride.
Okay, I have 45 minutes.
Okay. He called into work sick for a couple days, and he really wasn't sick. He's like, it's going to save a couple bucks. Not going to drive in.
Oof.
Is
that an option?
I've got sick days.
You've got sick days? What are you sick of? Sick of the price of gas?
I know that that's a little extreme, but I don't think that it is out of the realm of possibility that some people are thinking, I don't have to go in today.
Yeah.
I wonder why we haven't gotten to the point, because this war looks like it's never going to end. Why aren't we back to, hey, you know what? You can work from home on a Friday if you want to. I don't know why bosses aren't doing that. Maybe if it continues this summer, it could be an option, because I think a lot of people would welcome that option. You mean I don't have to drive to and from work for, let's say, Thursday and Friday? Yeah, I'll take that. And how much money would you end up saving? You probably save a pretty penny.
The price of gas in Arizona is $1.55 higher than it was on this date last year.
Yeah, but I mean, they didn't see this coming. I mean,
no.
Who could have thought that the Strait of Hormuz could be closed? All of us, by the way. All of us.
It's interesting. I think about, oh my goodness. By the way, shout out to our texters.
Okay.
Can I give you this one?
I would like to hear it.
We might need to start a GoFundMe for this listener.
See, this is what I'm talking about, man.
I commute from Dewey, Arizona. Do you know where Dewey is?
I have no idea where Dewey is.
It's north of here.
Okay.
To Bell Road, 72 miles.
A day?
A day.
There and back.
A day.
That's crazy.
Like how, and listen, I mean, obviously, depending on how much extra you drive, but it's costing people somewhere around, it could be $20 to $30 a week. It could be $100 a week extra. I'm talking about what you were spending on fuel. And again, please let's not get started on diesel fuel, because it is just all over the place and it's driving me nuts.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see it getting better anytime soon, because that would mean I trust our president to make a deal. By the way, they're shooting at each other right now.
Worst ceasefire
ever. Right.
Continuing shooting.
Iran just attacked our Navy ships, by the way.
Not smart.
And we are shooting back in self-defense, what the Pentagon is saying. The war is still going on. You can say it's a ceasefire. You can say that they're working on a one-page memo to get this thing done. There's no easy way out of this thing. There is no easy way out of this thing.
Go ahead.
If we go back to what you said, we're everyday people. We have to drive from point A to point B.
Don't have a choice.
And then from
especially
point B
in the Valley.
Back to point A.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's why we talk about the stupid stuff that I do. I slow my car down so I can save some gas. I ridiculously only fill up at when my tank's at half. When it's half
makes
full.
You feel better.
Makes me feel better.
Can I tell you what I did? So I don't know what kind of car you have. I have a car that, like, I've never used it before. On the dashboard, you can like change the way the dashboard looks,
Okay.
And one of it is fuel mileage.
All right.
And it's got like a little graph.
Okay.
Right. And so like when you step on the gas, the graph goes down. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like your fuel mileage is going down.
Yeah.
It's going up. And I have it on that all the time now. And I'm like trying to keep the graph up. I'm like, okay, careful. We're going uphill. This is killing me going up a hill, going downhill. Oh, we're doing good now. Look at this.
What do you think? I mean, the economy is going to take a dump this summer.
So here's something I learned.
Are you really going to drive? Like, I'm asking some of you out there, are you going to Disneyland this summer?
Some people are just fine.
Some people are just fine.
Yeah.
Others are like, no. Are you going to go to the beach this summer? Are you going to head down to Rocky Point? No.
Yeah, you're going to go for a long drive, right? That'd be a little crazy. Drive somewhere. Because I was just looking at airline tickets.
I was just going to bring that up.
telling you, and it's...
Are you going to fly somewhere?
Oh, my God. I'm going to have to use miles.
Can you give us the example you gave me off the air?
I need to fly from Indianapolis, Indiana to Phoenix, Arizona.
A one-way?
A one-way ticket.
Got it.
In June. I'm 6 weeks ahead. Okay?
Oh, man.
So I'm not like buying it last minute, right?
No.
$541. One way.
$540.
I was like, I got to figure something out. I'm going to be like, okay, maybe I'll drive to Chicago and, fly out of Chicago or something. I don't know. That's just nuts.
It's crazy.
Like, it's a matter of principle. I'm not spending $540 to fly
one way.
Coach, I'm not up in the front of the plane. I'm in the back with the peasants.
This is for the racing stuff?
Yeah.
So you've flown from, this place to this place.
Oh, I've flown it many times.
Yeah. Okay. So how much does it usually cost?
That's a $200 ticket.
Wow.
That's a $200 ticket.
Yeah.
Yeah. To fly from Indy to, because I'm flexible. I'm like, I can leave anytime this day, anytime. No, it doesn't make a difference. All of the flights are expensive. And here's something I learned. There are fewer flights.
They are cutting back on flights.
All airlines have cut back on flights on things. So let me give you an example. Let's say there were 3 flights a day from Phoenix to Indianapolis.
All right.
But they weren't totally full. There's now 2.
Got it.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Yeah.
Pack them full.
Absolutely. Less availability.
Yeah.
Price goes up.
Oof.
All right. Governor Katie Hobbs in studio, 5 o'clock sharp on the nose. And make sure that that you are here. All right.
Please.
Coming up next, did the CIA quietly say Iran is winning? Stick around.
Choosing the right financial advisor, it might be one of the smartest financial moves you ever make. I consider myself lucky that I was introduced to Jeff Jr., the CEO at Trajan Wealth. We were kind of counted up the other day. I think it was 15 years ago. All right. I didn't know anything about it. I didn't actually have a financial advisor. Sure, I was saving money with a 401k and things like that, but I didn't know what to do right or what to do wrong. Sitting down with Jeff, meeting the fiduciary team there, let me come up with a plan. A plan that I didn't even know I needed, quite honestly. I got to tell you, one of the most important things I found sitting down with the advisors at Trajan Wealth is coming up with answers to questions I didn't even know I needed to ask. What I didn't know filled a very large room when it came to saving for retirement, when it came to maximizing it, when it came to preserving your money. Because remember, it's not how much you save, it's how much you keep. Choosing that financial advisor is all the difference. And that's why I trust Trajan Wealth and why I think you can too. You can give them a call. There's no obligation. You can even have a meeting with them and see if it works out. See if you get the same vibe I do, right? 855-TRAJAN-1. That's the number, 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
We're at Kyrene Apprende Middle School. We're going to go into a 6th grade classroom. Heather Stadahar. She's awesome. We're going to go and surprise her with $2,500.
This Teacher Appreciation Week, nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check.
We got donuts for the kids. We got $2,500 for you. Thanks to our friends at your Valley Toyota dealers.
We love Toyota.
Right?
Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a super fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. But wait, there's more. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be switching to an American wireless company that's committed to keeping 100% of its customer service in this country. I appreciate that. In fact, that's why I switched. I also appreciate the way they support our vets and our skilled workforce. Dial pound 250, say micro, and get unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. That's pound 250 micro. Stop paying twice what you need to pay for the service you want and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
A stroke can happen to anyone at any time. In the United States, someone has a stroke every 40 seconds. And every second a stroke is left untreated, nerve cells die in the brain, increasing the risk for lasting neurological deficits. But with fast recognition and immediate treatment, recovery outcomes can improve dramatically. That's why it's crucial to learn and remember to be fast. If you think you or a loved one has had a stroke, look for the following. F for facial drooping, A for arm weakness, S for sudden balance, speech, or vision difficulties, and T for time to call 911. The Barrow Petsnick Stroke Center is a stroke center of excellence and is home to the Barrow Emergency Stroke Treatment Unit, a mobile emergency room offering curbside care for stroke patients. The stroke specialists at Barrow Neurological Institute are here for you. To learn more, visit barrowneuro.org/stroke. That's barrowneuro.org/stroke.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:47, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Well, there's something else to worry about for your summer vacation planning. A new study finds a rare but dangerous brain-eating amoeba at some national parks.
Researchers working on a federal study found a rare but dangerous brain-eating amoeba that causes fatal brain infections in warm waters at several national parks in the West, including at Lake Mead and in Yellowstone, Grand Teton, and Olympic National Park. The study was published by the U.S. Geological Survey, and out of 185 samples at 40 sites, about a third had the amoeba in them. A person can become infected when contaminated water enters through their nose. It's extremely rare to get, but the death rate can be 98% for those who do get it. Alex Stone, ABC News.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. Loop Tier 2, Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound near Country Club Drive. Phoenix crash, right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway, eastbound near 43rd Avenue. And a look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on El Camino Drive and 33rd Avenue. This report is brought to you by Western Governors University. Ready for a new career? Your next chapter starts now. Visit wgu.edu and enroll today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Thinking about buying a home? Curious what's really happening in the market? Tune in to Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B., where real estate gets real. We break down the latest market trends, mortgage updates, insider tips, and strategies you actually need to win in today's market. No fluff, no jargon, just straight talk, smart advice, and a little fun along the way. Catch us every Saturday at 5 p.m. on 92.3 FM KTAR News. Whether you're buying, selling, or just love staying informed, this is the show you don't want to miss. Smart moves start here.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
Hey, head over to KTAR.com. Every day I bring you a brand new Gatos Big Q poll question of the day. Broomhead was off. I was on with Matt Salmon, our good buddy. So he and I kind of kicked this around earlier today at 8:50. Here's the cue. Reports indicate the U.S. and Iran are closing in on a one-page memo to end the war. I wanted to write, are you buying this crap? But our fantastic web team is trying to make sure and protect me. They edited it, which is exactly what they should be doing. Yeah. So they edited it to, are you buying this? Which I think is better.
They took crap out.
It's okay, and I understand that. Are you buying this crap? Yes or no? Let me. I haven't looked at this. Go ahead. I haven't looked at this. Oh,
but it says, are you buying it? I mean, I guess I don't know. I'm going to say no 58.
No 83.
Really?
No one's buying that they're going to get a one-page memo done and the war is ending?
Well, it's not going to end the war. Apparently, according to, again, it's tough if you're looking at one news source. I try to look at news sources all over the world. It is the one-page memo is an agreement to negotiate in the future for different things.
Good luck with that.
It's not an agreement to do anything. It's an agreement to sit down and have negotiations at specific times for specific things. Does that make sense?
Yeah, they're not going to do it either.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what I don't understand why people can't get this thing. Like Iran is screwing with us. There's a ceasefire. So you know what they did today? They shot at our ships.
Yeah.
And so what did we do? Well, we had to go into self-protection, right?
Yeah.
Is that what it's called? What is it called? Anyway.
Defensive.
Self-defense, sorry. And so we're being shot at during a ceasefire from a country that I thought, well, no, I never thought it. We're being told we've decimated. So,
totally obliterated.
Right. So I looked this up.
Oh.
I looked this up.
You look things up.
Iran has retained about 75% of its pre-war inventories of mobile launchers.
Really?
And ballistic missiles. This is from the CIA.
Can't believe them. They're fake news.
I believe
saying. Trump. He says he beat.
I'm just saying.
He bigly beat him.
Do you want to hear more?
Oh, sure.
The CIA said that Iran can weather the U.S. blockade in the Strait for 3-4 months.
Whoa.
You know what that'll do to the economy around the world if we're in this 3 or 4 months?
$200 barrel gas.
You're going to have $7 a gallon regular unleaded.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and so I think the thing is we continue to conflate two things. People think military victory and political victory are the same thing. They're not even in the same ballpark here. There is no military conflict with Iran that Iran could win.
Right.
They are winning the political conflict by exacting pain on not just Americans, but the entire world, and are prepared to exact pain for as long as it takes.
Right.
And we're not. We're not willing to sustain the pain for as long as it takes.
I think that Iran, and I've said this before, they're playing small ball. And they're surviving. And they're putting a little $30,000 drone up and creating havoc while we're sending over an $8 million missile.
Yeah.
And we don't know how to end wars, and we don't know how to fight wars against countries whose military is inferior to ours, but they seem to fight even harder and in a very different way.
They're fighting in their backyard.
All right.
That's their house.
Remember, we've got Governor Hobbs coming in studio at 5 o'clock sharp. But up next, a man called 911 to there was someone in his house, and he ended up getting shot and killed by police. And we're going to talk about this coming up next.
Hey, I want to catch you on your way home today. Mother's Day coming up Sunday. Just saying. And if you haven't gotten something for that mom, special person, allow me to introduce you to Oliver Smith Jeweler. They're right there on Scottsdale Road. The flagship store is on the corner of Scottsdale and Doubletree Ranch. It is a stunning, beautiful store. And you will find incredible, unique things in there. You'll find jewelry, including the Prism collection. That's Oliver Smith's own creations. That's right. There's really an Oliver Smith. This isn't like Betty Crocker. No, Oliver's there, for goodness sakes. This is a family-owned and operated business for generations, over 45 years, right here in the Valley, taking care of customers. They got the jewelry. They have watches. They have pre-owned watches. And it's amazing. The more I talk about Oliver Smith or I show off a watch or something, people go, I got my ring at Oliver Smith. Oh, you know what? I got these earrings at Oliver Smith. You can get exactly what you're looking for at Oliver Smith and their beautiful showroom. The flagship store, Scottsdale Road in Doubletree Ranch. You'll also find them inside Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall. And don't forget, you'll always find Oliver Smith Jeweler online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. The first thing I would say is stop painting and get Rhino Shield because you're never going to have to paint again. And I truly believe that.
Well, if you like spring in Phoenix and you hate to paint, do what Scott did. He called Rhino Shield.
This house is a stucco home. We have painted this house 3 times. Stucco continued to crack. The caulking peeled.
That's because Rhino Shield's not paint. It's better.
I told my wife I want to see what it's going to cost to do it because if we don't have to paint again, we're saving money.
Rhino Shield's a ceramic coating. It's formulated for our specific climate right here in Phoenix.
The Rhino Shield guys, they were careful with everything. When they were done, there was no damage to anything. It was something that I was very impressed with.
Come on, Phoenix, get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
And I think the transferable warranty for 25 years is a very attractive thing, especially for a prospective buyer in the future.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, RHINO.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Hi, Jamie West here with Jerry, one of the amazing Life Plan residents at Beatitudes campus. And Jerry, what do you love about the Life Plan at Beatitudes?
Number one, we should be moving. Beatitudes Life Plan includes 28 acres where you can walk. We have lots of opportunities to be social. You can live independently but have some help through Beatitudes at home. It's all here.
Learn more about the Life Plan community by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes.
LaDonna Harvey here. It is home selling season, and you know that the biggest mistake you could make while selling your home is settling for less money. The good news is you have an Orchard backing you up. That's not going to happen. Lowball offers can really wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less because you are just too tired of this nonsense. Well, that does not happen. You don't have to settle with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents right here in the Valley can help you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home. First, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. And then once you're settled in, your Orchard agent is going to help sell your home on the market for top dollar. With Orchard, you don't have to settle, and you certainly don't have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much you could get for your home? Visit Orchard.com and get a free home valuation. Orchard.com.
In Arizona, comfort means reliable cooling in the summer and safe, efficient heating in the winter. That's why homeowners trust Ace Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical. With fast AC repairs and dependable heater service, Ace keeps your home comfortable all year long. Regular maintenance helps lower energy bills and keeps your system running when you need it most. Don't wait for an emergency. Call ACE today at 928-851-8704 for a free estimate or visit them online at acehomeaz.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
We are still reporting that this situation is very low risk for the general public.
The state health department monitoring an Arizona person who was on the cruise ship with a hantavirus outbreak. KTAR's Melody Burkett joins us now live from the News Center with more.
State Health Medical Director Joe Torique says they're monitoring for symptoms daily with this individual. That includes temperature checks, but they don't know if the person was even exposed.
In order for this individual to create a potential risk for the public, there has to be very close contact.
Now, if symptoms should show up, the person will be quarantined and household members will be monitored and tested. Live in the News Center, Melody Burkett, KTAR News.
The former Peoria Unified Governing Board president was replaced this week and now is speaking out on her actions leading up to the meeting. KTAR's education reporter Shira Tanzer joins us live with more on what she had to say.
Yeah, Becky, Heather Rooks told Arizona's Evening News she submitted an individual request for the Maricopa County Attorney's Office to look into mandated reporting in the sexual misconduct case involving 2 former teachers and a student at Centennial High School. She said this came after the board voted not to spend district money on a third-party investigation.
I don't see it as wasting money. We're talking about kids that were, in my opinion, sexually abused by these 2 staff members.
Rooks added MCAO forwarded her request to the Peoria Police Department, and the investigation will likely happen. Live in the News Center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
You can read more on this story at KTAR.com. Meanwhile, the Peoria Police Department is asking anyone to come forward with info regarding those 2 Centennial High teachers who were fired over the alleged inappropriate sexual misconduct with a student. Police have set up a tip line asking for more info surrounding Haley Beck and Angela Berlocka and the alleged sexual misconduct. They're accused of having inappropriate relations with a student. More on this story at KTAR.com. The U.S. military says it intercepted Iranian attacks on 3 Navy ships in the Strait of Hormuz and targeted Iranian military facilities responsible for attacking U.S. forces. U.S. Central Command said in a social media post this happened as U.S. Navy destroyers transited the Strait of Hormuz.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Arizona Congressman Andy Biggs is hoping to beat out incumbent Katie Hobbs in this year's race for governor. He exclusively tells the Mike Broomhead Show with fill-in host Matt Salmon why he does not believe Hobbs is up to snuff.
You should just go on every marker and say, educationally, how are we doing? Well, educational attainment, we're down to the bottom 5. Infrastructure, we're behind on infrastructure. Water.
But first, Hobbs would have to win the Republican primary, or Biggs would have to win the Republican primary, where he'll face fellow Congressman David Schweikert, who recently joined AZ Political Podcast with Jim Sharp. Listen and watch that full interview on KTAR.com and on the KTAR YouTube page. Should Arizona suspend the state gas tax? Well, we'll ask Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs when she joins us in studio for her exclusive interview, Talk to the Governor, today at 5 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. You can watch that online on the app or on the KTAR YouTube channel. Now let's check traffic with Enrique Garcia. He's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky Lynn, thank you. Mesa with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound near Country Club Drive. And a look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 79th Avenue and Thomas Road. And Phoenix again with a crash on 51st Avenue and Encanto Boulevard. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
65 our overnight low with clear skies, and then sunny tomorrow and all weekend, but warming up. 100 in the forecast for Friday, and then 103 to 105 Saturday and Sunday. Currently in Peoria, it is 97 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 3.
Oh, many people will tell you hour number 3, best of the hours. Although Gatos coming up in 1 hour.
Yeah, in about 55 minutes, we'll start right at 5 o'clock on the nose. Not 5:01, 5 o'clock on the nose. An Outspoken exclusive. Governor Katie Hobbs in studio, 15 straight minutes. We've got a lot of questions to ask the governor. The budget's not getting done. Gas prices are high. Her opponent says it's her fault. Andy Biggs.
Okay.
We'll find out how that could be. But 5 o'clock, we've got Talk to the Governor with Governor Katie Hobbs. 5 o'clock.
So I want to tell you a story, okay? Follow me along on this. I got to go back to January 26th. There's a guy, Edgar Garcia. He's armed with a gun. He fires outside of this man's home and then somehow forces his way inside. The homeowner, Mr. Rendon, tackles him and is trying to hold him down.
Oh, my gosh. Terrifying.
And calling 911.
Yeah.
Saying, there's a guy with a gun broke into my house and I'm trying to hold him on the ground. Police arrive. Phoenix police officer Valenzuela shows up and mistakes the homeowner for the attacker person they were calling on behalf of.
Oh, my gosh.
The family is looking for some form of justice.
As they should be.
Now, according to Arizona law, and the way I understand it is, the man who broke into the house, okay, is going to be charged with murder because it's his actions led to this, okay?
Very interesting.
That happens. It's like the old, have you ever heard about this? Like
the getaway driver.
The getaway driver in a bank robbery.
Yeah.
You get charged with the same, if somebody gets killed in the bank robbery, you get charged with murder.
By the way, Becky Lynn, isn't there a getaway driver that's going to get the death penalty this week or next week or something like that?
Oh, I'll have to look at that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that may be true.
Anyway, that's a
we have a story
different
about that.
Phoenix story.
So, Maricopa County attorney Rachel Mitchell said that they will not charge the police officer with a crime, saying he, quote, reasonably believed others were in imminent danger. The family is not happy with this. They believe the police officer should face some form of legal punishment.
Yeah, the family attorney would like a set of eyes, a different eyes on this case.
We are asking the Attorney General, Chris Mays, to intervene in this case and to bring charges. Because what we believe is there is a clear conflict of interest between the county attorney's office and the Phoenix Police Department.
All right. So tomorrow at 2:30, we'll be talking to Maricopa County Attorney Rachel Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And we'll ask why you did not want to bring charges up against the officer.
Yeah, why did this not rise to that level? Because I don't believe the facts are in dispute. One of the concerning things, and I would argue the extenuating circumstances when it comes to this police officer's actions, and we do have body camera video of this, is he shot and killed the homeowner, the innocent man, through the door of the house. He didn't even get inside the residence where this scuffle / fight was between a crazed guy who comes into your house with a gun and the homeowner.
Yeah. There are a lot of questions here. First of all, should the officer get what did we talk about? Involuntary manslaughter? Should he be charged with something?
Should he be charged with a crime?
Yes. If the officer is guilty, should he go to jail?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, this is where I'm coming from. First of all, horrible tragedy. This family has gone through hell. They're in hell. They lost, a 36-year-old loved one who should not be dead. Okay? Here's the thing. The cop did not go over there to kill this man.
No.
We know that it was an accident.
A mistake, 100%.
It was a mistake. You had a cop that went over there, tried to do his job, and either A, he wasn't trained properly, or B, he did something stupid by shooting into a home, not showing who he's going to hit.
Right. Not knowing who was even fully inside the house. So can I just play this out there? What if there were children in this house?
No question about it. No question about it.
I don't think we want police shooting into a house going, gee, I hope I hit the right guy.
No. But I think the officer's action of going to the house, I mean, this is someone who wanted to serve the public. Okay, and he made it. He made a deadly mistake. Do I think he should go to jail for that? I don't. But do I think he should be allowed to continue to be a police officer? I don't. It's terrible that he made this mistake and it cost somebody their life. And you're a Phoenix police officer. You have to be better. And if you're not, you should lose your job.
He has to live with that.
Yes.
And that's not easy. I don't want to brush over that.
Right. But you can't say that's pain enough.
No.
Because there has to be some culpability.
What is
here.
the repercussion?
Right. And I think the repercussion is, listen, these cops have to make a second. I mean, it's impossible, right? But you're trained to do that.
Yeah.
And when you make a mistake like this, you've got to ask the question. Because again, he could be a great officer. He could have saved
nothing else on his record or anything.
Yeah.
Right.
He could have a clean record. He could save people. But when you make a mistake like this, the question is, do you get to keep your job as an officer? I don't think you do. So I think that's the punishment. I don't think jail is.
So we're going to have Maricopa County Attorney Rachel Mitchell in studio tomorrow,
2:30.
We want to talk to her about this.
I mean, I want to know what her thinking is. Is it kind of what I just said? I don't know. I don't know. What does the law say?
Right. That's what I'm more interested in, because police officers are still held to a legal standard.
Of course.
And shooting into a home, I want her to explain to me how that rises to a legal standard. Without even knowing who is the assailant, who's innocent, what is going on here, you know?
So, Mr. Rendon, 36 years old.
He's the man who was killed.
Was killed accidentally by a Phoenix police officer. Okay, so the family attorney is going to tell us why the officer should have been charged. Let's take a listen and try and break this down.
Rachel Mitchell said she didn't think there was evidence to support a charge against Officer Valenzuela. That is false. Arizona law, and on these facts, would have supported and warranted bringing charges of negligent homicide against Officer Valenzuela, and I want to tell you why. Because negligent homicide applies to any person. Any person. You, me, and Officer Valenzuela, who with criminal negligence causes the death of another person.
Okay, so let me just stop it there. Listen, it could be the law, I get it, but who's put in a spot like that more than anyone?
Police officers.
Not an everyday person.
No.
It's a police officer.
But the argument is, do you hold them to a lower standard of the law than you would average citizen?
Let's hear some more.
And criminal negligence is very simple. It's just acting with a gross deviation from the standard of care that a reasonable person would have exercised. And Officer Valenzuela is not a civilian, so the standard of care for him is even higher. Yeah. He is specially trained to assess situations and to take due care before he uses deadly force. He failed to meet that standard. In fact, he failed it miserably.
I guess I jumped ahead. That would have been my point. Are we holding police officers to a lower standard or a higher standard than the average person on the street?
It should be higher.
And knowing their training, knowing the policies and procedures of not just the Phoenix Police Department, any police department, should he be held to a higher standard?
It's tough, man. You're going over there to help. You're going over there to try and save somebody. And in an instant, you do the wrong thing.
Yeah.
You do the wrong thing and you cost someone else their life.
Yeah.
So again, there's got to be some sort of a punishment. You're either going to go to trial and go to jail possibly, and as I said, or you lose your job. You are not allowed to be a cop anymore.
Yeah. Again, Rachel Mitchell will join us in studio tomorrow. We're going to hear directly from her. Let's hear the rationale and the reasoning behind it, and let her also react to some of the other claims out there. Check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn has that for us. And up next, why reopening the Strait of Hormuz doesn't solve anything. Certainly not in the short term. I'll explain. Next up, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. Can't tell you how many times I've spoken to friends, or colleagues that are first-time home buyers who tell me they think they need 20% down to buy a house. Goodness gracious, you do not need 20% to buy a house. Or they think their credit is not good enough, but they don't actually know what good enough actually means. So here's the deal. The Lund Mortgage team, many first-time home buyers are out here and they're just guessing. Maybe this is you. And guessing is what is keeping you from maybe pulling the trigger on buying a house. I want you to call the Lund Mortgage team at 623-875-9940. Here's what they'll do. You will get pre-qualified. It won't cost you any money. That is free. It's free. You'll get an answer in just a few hours, and you'll walk away knowing exactly what you can afford and what programs you qualify for. I mean, we've got, FHA, VA, down payment assistance. There's probably a program built for someone exactly like you. Talk to the Lund Mortgage team, 623-875-9940. Get pre-qualified for free, and then go look at houses. LundMortgage.com. Tell them Gatos sent you.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:17. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Is the ceasefire over? The U.S. and Iran exchanging a new round of strikes after weeks of calm. The Pentagon says the strikes were self-defense against Iranian targets after Iran fired at U.S. destroyers in the Strait of Hormuz. All this as the two sides are still trying to come to terms on peace talks. ABC's Rachel Scott has more, including what President Trump says tonight.
It's unclear just how long this stalemate is going to last, but the Washington Post is reporting that a CIA analysis shows that Iran could outlast the president's blockade by at least 3 to 4 months before facing severe economic hardship. ABC News has not independently verified that reporting, but the president telling me he's in no rush to end this conflict.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. With a check on traffic now, Enrique Garcia is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash off right I-10 Maricopa Freeway eastbound near 24th Street. Tempe with a crash off right I-10 Maricopa Freeway eastbound near Baseline Road. Tempe with a crash blocking the left-hand lanes. Loop 101 Price Freeway southbound near Southern Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, it's Teacher Appreciation Week. Do you know a teacher making a difference? Nominate them. And they could receive $2,500. Just text the word teacher to 620-620 to nominate. It's called Pay Tribute to a Teacher, and it's presented by your Valley Toyota dealers.
Bruce and Gatos, we go out to a classroom every month. We bring a big, huge check.
The big goofy like you won the PGA Tour.
Yeah. I think we're going to pay tribute to a teacher tomorrow.
Yes, we are.
So stay tuned for that. I was listening to Becky Lynn's newscast.
It's about time.
And I know we're going to talk about why reopening the Strait of Hormuz may not solve a whole lot. Mm-hmm. Just a question.
Ready.
Just a thought out of the Gatos mind.
Okay.
If you wanted the war to stop.
Got it.
Because we know who's in this war. We are in Iran.
The two primary people.
If you wanted the war to stop, would you fire at 3 U.S. Navy destroyers?
Oh, because that's what Iran apparently
what Iran did today. So let me reiterate. Let me repeat myself.
Here we go.
If you're Iran and you want the war to stop,
we are ready for this to end.
It's so bad for Iran.
Horrible.
Oh, I mean,
we hate this.
I think they're like a pig in, what do you call it?
Slop.
Pig in slop. They love this stuff.
Yeah.
They're a bunch of terrorists. They don't care. I'll say it again. If you wanted the war to end, if you're in the middle of a so-called ceasefire, which is total horse crap, if you're trying to get a one memo kind of page done on ending this part of the war, which is what we keep hearing, do you shoot at 3 Navy destroyers? The answer is no. Iran doesn't care if this war ends. You know who cares? Donald Carter. Sorry, Donald Trump. My bad, I get the two presidents mixed up these days.
God. I really thought you said Donald Carter by accident.
It's amazing. There's only one person that wants this war to end. It's the guy who started it.
Yeah, they do not seem motivated to end this war, and they continue to be a thorn in the side, which is basically all they can be. right?
That's it.
So
they're a nuisance, is what they are. They are, and they're controlling the Strait of Hormuz, and they're controlling the world economy. And everybody's looking at us saying, "You guys are a bunch of dopes."
Can I give you some
rant over?
Okay, I want to give you some information, and it's kind of interesting. It's coming from the CEO of the largest shipping company in the world. They're called Maersk. Okay, they have Maersk. They're Dutch. They're Danish or whatever. They got these those huge container ships. He said, reopening the Strait of Hormuz will have a very limited impact.
Of course it will.
And he said, here's why.
It's so obvious.
How about this? By the way, you think your gas bill is bad? Your gasoline bill?
Oh.
He said that their fuel bill for their ships has doubled in the last 9 weeks. An extra $500 million a month.
Oh.
That they have passed on to customers through higher freight fares. So here he said, so even if the Strait of Hormuz, he says, whether it happens in days or months, cargo will not start flowing. Why? Because the price of the fuel is still so prohibitively high that even though the strait may be 100% open, is what he's saying, customers might not be able to pay the fuel surcharge, so the boats are going to be sitting there for a while because people don't want to put anything on them.
Oh. Boy, that would have been a really good person to talk to if you're the president of the United States before you decide to start dropping bombs on Iran.
There are currently 800 ships and 20,000 crew members stranded on the west side, just the west part of the Strait of Hormuz, along the Gulf states there. That is a lot of boats, by the way.
It's a lot of boats going nowhere.
Yeah.
And like, that is something, the information that you just gave us is something that I guarantee you somebody told the president, if we go to war, here's the worst case scenario.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it's in one of the worst case scenarios. And he didn't care.
Or didn't listen.
Knew better. Or they gave it to him to read. And good Lord, whoever did that is stupid. You've got to tell him.
Well,
and you've got to say it.
Like do it in
because he's not going to read it.
Yeah.
He's not going to read it.
Doesn't
okay?
read. Proudly doesn't read.
He does not. He won't do that.
Yeah. So even the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz may not get ships moving again because the increase in the cost of fuel for the ships is making it so that they are not necessarily profitable to be moving around right now.
This is one of maybe the biggest military mistake we've ever made.
That's saying a lot, by the way. That's saying a lot.
It is saying a lot, but it doesn't mean that it's wrong.
This is not the thing that's frustrating for me, and I think for anybody out there who studies history. We keep doing the same thing over and over again.
It's amazing.
And, the old thing, we're expecting a different result.
No.
It's not going to happen. By the way, I can tell you the next war we start in the Middle East will go exactly this way.
Always does.
I'm just going to tell you how this finishes, all right?
Always does.
I already knew. We knew it when it started. We know before the next one starts. Go ahead and let's declare war on Yemen. I can already tell you how it's going to end.
Yep, we'll start fast.
Oh, we'll blow up a lot of stuff.
It'll look terrific.
Dun, 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 dun.
And then all of a sudden, we don't know what to do.
We're like, oh.
We have no idea how to get out.
These guys, all they've got is a couple of slingshots. It doesn't matter.
It's called thinking things through, man. And we don't have a president that did that.
We've got a check of the headlines on the way. Speaking of boats, see what I did there?
No, I didn't see it.
You didn't even see that. An Arizona resident was one of the people on board this cruise ship where the hantavirus has broken out. We learned a little bit from state officials on, their condition. I don't even say his. We don't know. We don't know who it is.
Board up the house, man. Don't let them out.
I don't know if they've boarded up the house, but we'll talk about it. Give you the latest up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Mike Broomhead.
If there can be peace with Israel, they can get rid of Hamas, and Hamas is no longer on the attack. Hezbollah is no longer attacking Israel. That commerce with Israel would be a good thing. It frustrates me because we can always disagree, but at some point, you have to make some acknowledgments. What the U.S. is doing right now with this blockade is cutting them off.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
All right, my friends at Southwest Blinds and Shutters, they have beautified my house. Is that a word, Bruce? Is beautified? It's fantastic. I just thought of it off the top of my head. Here's the deal. We've got white shutters, brand new, in the bedroom and the great room and the dining room. And we also went with some motorized shades in the kitchen. And it's just gorgeous. It is really made the house pop. And so the company that I'm telling you about is awesome, and they've got great people. James and Jamie, they started just knocking on doors many, many years ago. Hey, we've got something that I think will make your house look better. Blinds, shades, shutters. And they turned this business into just a massive deal here in the Valley. And if you're looking for new blinds or shutters, or if you're looking at, new technology like these motorized shades, call my friends at Southwest Blinds and Shutters. My experience was epic. Awesome from start to finish. And my house looks amazing, and my wife is super happy, and really that's all I care about. So, Southwest Blinds and Shutters, how do you find them? Go to southwestblinds.com, southwestblinds.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't, and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination, and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doc for the Suns and the Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange would be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Free consultations at Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hi, I'm Sherry with Life Source Water. Every day begins and ends with water. It's in your coffee, your child's bath, the glass on your nightstand. It's the one thing your family uses constantly, yet most people never question it. A Life Source whole house system treats every drop of your water, giving your family clean, conditioned water from every tap. Don't miss our free installation special. Call our local factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Offer ends this month.
Warranty limitations apply.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. A Phoenix man is sentenced to death for the Christmas Day murder of his wife and kids.
Anthony Milan Ross's ex-wife went to his apartment near 16th Street and Highland in 2017 to pick up their kids to celebrate Christmas. In the parking lot, Ross shot Iris Ross several times as she tried to run away. He then went inside the apartment and shot 11-year-old Nigel and 8-month-old Honora. After a several-hour standoff, Ross fired at officers when they entered the apartment. Ross ran out of ammunition and was arrested. A jury found Ross guilty of all charges, including 3 counts of first-degree murder. Maricopa County Attorney Rachel Mitchell says the death penalty is the ultimate punishment, reflecting the gravity of the crime. Melody Burkett, KTAR News.
The family of Christian Diaz Rendon, a man wrongly killed by Phoenix police, speaking out after the county attorney denied to charge the officer involved, Jason Valenzuela. Attorney David Chammy argues the officer should face criminal neglect homicide charges.
He is specially trained to assess situations and to take due care before he uses deadly force. He failed to meet that standard. In fact, he failed it miserably.
Officer Valenzuela shot Rendon thinking he was the suspect in a violent incident at the family's home. Rendon had the suspect pinned to the ground. Maricopa County health officials have confirmed 3 new measles cases and identified 10 public exposure sites across Mesa. The cases are connected, but the source of infection is still unknown. Anyone who visited locations like a Fry's food store, Target, or several restaurants between April 19th and May 3rd should watch out for symptoms through late May. We have a full list of the locations at KTAR.com. The growing popularity of ultra-marathon races worldwide is putting the spotlight on elite runners. The multi-day races test human endurance and raise concerns about the risks. A race here in Arizona, the Cocodona 250, is underway this week, and the winner already crossed the finish line, while another tragically died.
Tragedy and triumph on the trails of the Cocodona 250 race in Arizona. Ultra-marathoner Rachel Entrekin, the overall winner for both women and men, set a new course record Wednesday, finishing the 250-mile race in 56 hours, 9 minutes, and 28 seconds. The Cocodona 250 is known as one of the toughest U.S. ultramarathons. Runners pass through the red rocks of Sedona and trek more than a mile in elevation. Organizers also confirmed a woman participant died, collapsing while running that race due to a medical emergency. No other details were disclosed. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Let's get a traffic check with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. New crash in Mesa on the left-hand shoulder, US 60 Superstition Freeway, westbound near Stapley Drive, and Phoenix debris on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near Avondale Boulevard, and Phoenix with a crash off-right, I-10 Maricopa Freeway eastbound near 24th Street. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
65 overnight, 100 tomorrow, and still in the triple digits all weekend long. Right now in Phoenix, it's 95. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey guys, Patricia with the Mike Broomhead Show. St. Mary's Food Bank is doing something really big this weekend. We'll talk to them, and we got Kristen Bentz in for Mike. That's coming up tomorrow on the Mike Broomhead Show.
You're less than a half hour away from Governor Hobbs joining us for a regular Outspoken exclusive. It's called Talk to the Governor, and we've been talking to the governor for quite some time. How many governors we talked to?
I've talked to Ducey, I've talked to Brewer, talked to Napolitano.
Yeah.
Before that was, I don't remember, was Fife? Fife, I think, came in here.
Wow.
Yeah, and so it's
all governors.
Yeah.
It's a rite of passage for the governors. They tell them right after they're elected. Good news, bad news. Good news, you won the election. Bad news, you got to go on Outspoken and talk to them.
There you go.
So yeah, she'll
be
be
decades of governors coming into the studio.
So Governor Hobbs at 5 o'clock, like right at the top of the hour. We
5 sharp.
Sharp, as we like to call it.
5
Don't
Jim
say
Sharp. 5
Don't say
Jim Sharp.
So earlier today, the Arizona Department of Health Services gave us a bit of an update on an Arizona resident who was on board this Dutch ship, the cruise ship, where the hantavirus broke out. Now, this Arizona resident got off the boat before they identified that the hantavirus was what was going through this boat.
Yeah, hantavirus, it comes from rodents, okay? They're droppings. It can get into the air, and some of those particles can be breathed in. Okay. And if that's what happens, your lungs start to shut down, and you get like the flu-like symptoms, and it can kill you. Yeah. And on this ship, 3 dead.
Yeah.
And
5 more infected in some way, shape, or form, receiving medical care.
Sometimes it is person-to-person transmission. Mm-hmm. And the virus typically spreads during the early phase of the illness, really kind of before the body's immune system has started responding.
Well, and they said that the I'm going to use the wrong term, like incubation could be 1 to 8 weeks.
Right.
So
it's disgusting.
We have an Arizona resident. We don't know if it's male, female. They won't even tell us what county they live in.
Right.
So all we know is this person got off the boat, regularly scheduled. You know, they were on this cruise, and okay, it's time to get off. They got off the boat, and I mean, I'm going to make an assumption here. Flew back to Arizona.
Yeah.
Came back to Arizona. And then it was determined, hey, wait a minute, you were on this boat. Yeah. So they immediately contacted them. They say, as of right now, this person is asymptomatic. They have no symptoms of the hantavirus. But again, like we mentioned, it could take 8 weeks to develop symptoms.
Yeah, and they're monitoring this guy in Arizona.
Well, you said guy. Could be a girl.
Person, I guess.
Person.
Okay.
We don't know who it is.
That's fair.
Okay.
They're monitoring this person in Arizona, and you would think, if you did get off a ship and there's a chance you got this, you would stay home. So let's hope that the person is doing the right thing. But here's a couple things that went through my mind, because as soon as I saw this, I started to freak out.
Of course you did.
Well, of course you did, because it's a gross virus, and it all started in April. Bad. It all started in April. This ship sets off far south of Argentina. Mm-hmm. And it's going to go to all these different islands and all that kind of stuff. And you've got a 70-year-old man who becomes sick, fever, headache, mild diarrhea, and he has boarded this ship with his wife.
Okay.
And so they had gone sightseeing elsewhere. And so part of me was like, when I first heard this, I go, were there rats on the ship?
That was because when I heard that you got it from rats, I'm like, disgusting. Oh God, they have a rat infestation on the ship.
Yeah.
Turns out that's
not it.
Doesn't appear to be what it is.
Which, by the way, makes me feel a lot better.
Slightly better.
Okay. So the 70-year-old guy becomes sick. Right. And you're like, hey, people get sick on a cruise ship. That's what happens.
I'm sure it happens.
So he developed this respiratory distress, dies on board.
Ugh.
That's on April 11th, right? In between, they're getting his body off. It takes like a week.
Oh God!
Just
thinking about that,
I know, and I think this is his wife.
Yeah.
Who has symptoms of the illness, is does take a commercial flight from one place to another.
She flies to South Africa from South America.
In South Africa, she goes to another airport.
Yeah.
Drops dead.
She drops dead in the airport while she's flying home.
Goodness gracious.
Right.
Horrible.
Just horrible.
The thing is, like, a lot of people are saying, why didn't they figure out what this was? Well, a lot of people get sick when they go on a cruise ship. It's like,
okay.
And the guy's 70. And you're not thinking, oh, it's got to be the rat droppings that he stepped on somewhere.
Like, if somebody gets sick and dies, you don't go, hantavirus.
No.
That's not the first thing you think of.
No.
Right.
No. But what it did make me think of,
oh boy,
was COVID. Because when COVID started, there was a ship that was out at sea.
Oh my goodness!
And it was the ship from hell. I mean,
the COVID ship.
Yeah, people started getting COVID on the ship. I don't know if they started to think, yes, this is a new virus. This is bad. And just to let you know, by the way, I'm going to take a page out of your book. I watched a documentary.
By the way, the Diamond Princess.
What we did was we put everybody on a plane.
Oh, we didn't think that through.
We put everybody on a plane.
Okay, we didn't think.
No, we did not think that through. People flew to Atlanta. People flew to New York. And it just shows you that we were not prepared at the beginning of COVID. Now, in doing some research on this, folks, this isn't COVID.
No.
You're not going to stay home for 2 weeks and wait for something to happen. You're not going to have to wear a mask or
Well,
anything
the
like
transmission is very, very different. They said you have to be very close to somebody,
It
like
is
sharing
not-
food or sleeping in the same bed.
It's not a new virus.
Okay.
We know what this is. But again, you can still have an outbreak and it can get people sick. But it's not going to be, it's not COVID 2.0.
Well, and I think
so. If anybody is going to overreact, it would be me.
It would be you.
And I'm telling you,
don't overreact.
No, but also don't go to dinner with the guy in Arizona who got off the ship. Okay.
Don't share a plate.
No. Don't say, hey, you know what? That looks good. Can I
Can
take
I
a
have some
sip?
of yours?
No.
No, don't do that.
You don't want to do that.
Okay, important safety tip.
And hopefully this person will be just fine.
And shows no symptoms whatsoever, hopefully, right?
Right. But it's concerning.
Yeah.
This is concerning.
Well, because all these people got off this ship who were exposed, got on airplanes, and then flew all over the world. There are a dozen countries where people have ended up in who were on that ship before they realized there was a problem.
And by the way, there's a very rare strain of this that can go from person to person. Super rare.
Why are you telling us?
Because most likely, you could sit right next to a person with the hantavirus and not get it.
Really?
That they think that the strain on the ship may have been the bad one. So we'll see. Got an Arizona person
under quarantine. They're being watched, I'm sure, and this incubation period, they'll pay attention to them the whole time. We have a check of the headlines.
18 minutes.
18 minutes away. The governor will be here. Top of the hour. Talk to the governor right here on KTAR. But up next are your children promoting ChatGPT to BFF. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Opinion, analysis, breaking news, traffic updates. You get all that and more on your phone when you download the KTAR News app. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Your family's in the pool all summer. Do you know if the electrical system is safe? Most homeowners never think about it, but between summer heat and monsoon moisture, your pool's electric system takes a beating. Parker & Sons offers a pool circuit safety check for just $89. It's a full inspection of everything powering your pool. This is the one service every pool owner needs before the first cannonball of the season. Call or text 602-2REPAIR, and Parker & Sons will make sure your pool is summer ready.
Thinking about buying a home? Curious what's really happening in the market? Tune in to Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B, where real estate gets real. We break down the latest market trends, mortgage updates, insider tips, and strategies you actually need to win in today's market. No fluff, no jargon, just straight talk, smart advice, and a little fun along the way. Catch us every Saturday at 5 p.m. on 92.3 FM KTAR News. Whether you're buying, selling, or just love staying informed, this is the show you don't want to miss. Smart moves start here.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. So what happens next in the battle of the budget in Arizona? Well, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs will be joining Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos this afternoon at 5 for an exclusive interview, and we're going to ask her about gas prices and her re-election campaign. Talk to the governor. You'll only hear it here on KTAR, and you can watch on the app, online, or on the KTAR YouTube channel. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking traffic for us now, Enrique Garcia's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with a new crash blocking the right-hand lane to US 60 Superstation Freeway. Eastbound near Mill Avenue, Mesa crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 22, Santiago Freeway, westbound near Hayes Road. And Gilbert, disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp. Loop 22, Santiago Freeway, westbound near Balvista Drive. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
SAP Industries seeks a business processes principal consultant at our Tempe, Arizona location to drive business consulting by translating the customer's vision into solutions. Map business processes to solution requirements. Drive change management to achieve business transformation objectives. Support pre-sales activities. Deliver customer workshops and trainings. Support in-partner-led projects to ensure ecosystem and customer success. Full remote. Base salary is between $138,400 and $235,280. Health insurance, 401k, and other benefits located at sapnorthamericabenefits.com. Total compensation of base salary plus incentives is between $173,000 and $294,100. Apply at jobs.sap.com. Use requisition ID 452346.
Live in this house the next 25 years. I don't plan to paint again.
Springtime in Phoenix, and Will is tired of painting year after year. So he called Rhino Shield.
We have a one-story house built in the mid-'80s, but it was ugly. We looked at different options, and we got quotes from standard paint companies, but I saw ads for Rhino Shield, so I thought, well, I want to check into this at least.
And Rhino Shield's formulated for our specific climate here in Phoenix.
The other paint companies did measurements and gave me a quote. With Rhino Shield, they came out, they did measurements, but they sat down with me, explained the product. The Rhino Shield product is so much different from paint.
Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year transferable warranty, and right now you can have Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
And now that we've had the process done, I absolutely love it. Just looks fantastic.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Hi, Joe Huizenga. What is Maricopa County doing to make home building in the Valley easier and to ease our housing crunch? Find out tonight at 6 on Arizona's Evening News. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, and the KTAR app.
Hey, quick heads up. The governor will be joining us very shortly, and we certainly have some questions for her. She'll be here in just about 10 minutes.
Yep. It is Talk to the Governor, 5 o'clock on the nose. We will start the interview, and we got some good questions for her. There's a lot going on, so we'll get to it in about 11 minutes.
So we are seeing more and more, dare I say, instances of this, where especially younger people are, how do I use this term? Developing relationships with AI chatbots, AI personalities, avatars, whatever you want to call it, not real. And some of them, you could make an argument, are setting themselves up for failure because this is not a real relationship.
No.
It's not how a real relationship works. And relying on basically whatever the computer program on the other side makes this really concerning long term.
I just wonder, like, would we have been susceptible to this in our 20s? Maybe. I mean, because the technology obviously wasn't there. But you can have an AI girlfriend, or you can talk to ChatGPT as your best friend. Well, and so it's like your phone is your enemy because, like, put it this way: if you have an AI girlfriend, if your best friend is ChatGPT, if you're watching pornography all the time, you're not leaving your house.
Why would you?
Why would you? Exactly.
So one of the things they talked about the AI girlfriend thing, and they say young men, teenage men, boys,
right,
are gravitating towards this. 1 in 5 say they've dabbled in this, if you will. It's a relationship that's on your terms. Right?
You're never going to learn anything that way.
You can turn it on and off.
Oh, boy.
Follow me on this, right?
I hear you, yeah.
It doesn't talk back. It doesn't challenge you on things.
It's not real.
It's not real.
Right.
And the worry and concern is when you do come into contact with real humans and you want to have some sort of a relationship with, you've trained yourself how it doesn't work.
Yeah. I wonder if we're ever going to get to the point where, and I don't know if we're there. Like, if you want an AI girlfriend, can you build? I think you can.
Oh, absolutely. You can get all the traits you want.
Like, but what she looks like too.
Absolutely.
And can she talk back to you? I don't think we're there yet.
Yeah.
I think you can tell. Like, if you're going to do, like, I've got a buddy who works with AI all the time. He created 2 characters to do a commercial. He told the characters what to say.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And so you see these 2 who look like, just humans, and they're interacting with each other, and they're both good looking, right? And it's kind of a sexy commercial, and it's supposed to be that way. But he is telling them what to do. Are we going to get to the point where if you want an AI girlfriend, you create what you want it to look like?
Very specific.
Right? And then it will talk back to you. You're not going to tell that it what to say, but you're going to have a back and forth conversation like you would with ChatGPT.
But remember,
it comes out of a beautiful woman's mouth that's not real.
And remember, we learned that AI, by its very nature, is kind of predisposed to agree with you.
Right.
It is predisposed to keep you engaged in some way, shape, or form. And you don't do that by turning you off and by shutting you down. You do it by complimenting you. You do it by, I mean, when you use ChatGPT now, does ChatGPT compliment you? What a great idea. You know what? That's really clever.
I haven't seen that yet.
Oh my goodness, I get it all the time.
Okay.
My ChatGPT tells me I'm brilliant constantly.
That's because you're more needy.
Well, I'm very needy. I put that in the thing. Very needy.
Very needy.
Very needy.
If you do put that in, if you say, I need to be thanked all the time.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you for talking to me again, says ChatGPT.
I asked ChatGPT something the other day and go, that's really clever. Here's some ideas I have. And I go, ChatGPT thinks I'm clever.
I think I've gotten the clever one, too. I think I got the clever one.
But again, it's built into it to keep you engaged in some way, shape, or form. And if you're trying to make a friend out of this, it's not a real friendship.
I really am starting to, I was excited about it. And now,
AI stuff?
Yeah. Now I'm really thinking this could ruin us.
It could go one of 2 ways. You're right.
Yeah. And that's the really scary part.
All right. Hey, we've got a quick check of the headlines on the way. We'll get Becky Lynn to do that for us. And then up next, Governor Hobbs. She's in the on-deck circle. Talk to the governor, happening exactly at 5 right here on KTAR.
All right, my friends at Advanced Window Products, they replaced my aging, terrible builder-grade windows. And, man, it is awesome. I can see out the windows again. Just the other day, what was it? It was yesterday. It was like 90-something degrees outside. And so I decided I'm going to sit by the window and see if I feel the heat coming outside in, like I always used to with the builder-grade windows. I don't feel any heat whatsoever. These are the best windows in Arizona. You are going to get custom-built windows for your home, your exact home. They're no generic sizes, retrofitted, on-site. No, They're going to come over and meticulously measure everything. And you're going to get windows that are perfect for your home. You're going to save a ton on energy bills. And if I were you, I'd call 480-746-4280 right now. Tell them Gatos sent you. 480-746-4280. This is a great purchase before the 115s come to the desert. AdvancedWindows.com.
In Arizona, comfort means reliable cooling in the summer and safe, efficient heating in the winter. That's why homeowners trust Ace Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical. With fast AC repairs and dependable heater service, Ace keeps your home comfortable all year long. Regular maintenance helps lower energy bills and keeps your system running when you need it most. Don't wait for an emergency. Call Ace today at 928-851-8704 for a free estimate or visit them online at acehomeaz.com.
War with Iran.
It's unclear just how long this stalemate is going to last, but the Washington Post is reporting that a CIA analysis shows that Iran could outlast the president's blockade by at least 3 to 4 months before facing severe economic hardship. ABC News has not independently verified that reporting, but the president telling me he's in no rush to end this conflict.
KTAR News is covering the Iran war on YouTube, on air, online, and the KTAR News app.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Breaking news, traffic, weather. KTAR News, Arizona's news station.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Arizona's Morning News, the Valley's only all-news morning show.
The largest voter registration effort by the DNC, the Democrats, in history is underway in Arizona. 20 DNC fellows are going to community colleges, coffee shops, and organizing online to register more Democrats ahead of the midterms.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News. Weekday mornings 5 till 8. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel and listen on air, online, and on the KTAR News app.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
Hey, it's Mike Broom. Had another great special from Tombstone Tactical. Listen to who they're working with during the month of May. Surefire, Daniel Defense, and Victor. All on sale all month long. Limited time pricing on premium gear just to make sure you can get the setup you want at the price you can afford. And as always, they buy, sell, and trade. They are located on the southbound frontage road of the I-17 between Peoria and Dunlap, or you can always shop online at their website right now. Go to tombstonetactical.com.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Talk to the governor now.
That's right. Joining us live in studio right now is Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs. You can watch all of this also on the KTAR YouTube channel. Talk to the governor, where Governor Hobbs comes in on a regular basis and answers some questions.
All right. How are you, Governor? Everything going good?
Yeah, I'm great. How are you?
We're doing okay. Let's start with gas prices.
Okay.
Okay, so Andy Biggs has argued that high gas prices in Arizona are your fault. All right. Starting out just great. How is that? How does he come up with it's your fault?
Gas right now is high across the entire country. It is on average $1 more than it was a year ago. And that is because of the war in Iran, which last I checked, I had nothing to do with. The president caused this. And so Arizonans are suffering with higher gas prices because of this decision to go to a war that we didn't need to be in. And as far as I've heard, the congressman continues to support this war, and it is harming Arizonans who are paying at the pump. Now, I've done what I can to lower gas prices in Arizona. I requested a waiver from the federal government for the summer fuel blend. I was glad to see they not only granted that waiver for Arizona, but for the whole country. But clearly, gas prices are still high. So this is something caused by the federal government. I want to see solutions from Washington. I support a federal gas tax waiver, and I hope that's up for consideration.
Is the summer blend? We're not going to have that, from what I understand, May 1st to May 20th. Is that it? Or are we going deep into the summer on this waiver?
Does it expire on the 20th? Explain. I'm not sure how that works.
That's a good question, and we'll continue to pursue additional waivers if that's the case.
Yeah. Okay. Biggs is arguing that you haven't done enough to lower costs, specifically blaming you for failing to secure that EPA waiver to avoid costly summer blend fuel requirements in Arizona.
Well, he's not really paying attention because we did secure that waiver.
Yeah.
Yeah, it went into effect May 1st. Am I correct on that? It was May 1st through the 20th is the waiver is in effect, or else we would be using that summer blend.
Right.
Got it.
He's also saying that you support potentially doubling the state gas tax. Do you support that?
No, I do not. I mean, I think there's concerns about the transportation infrastructure, specifically our roads, that gas tax funds, and it hasn't gone up in forever, and we need to find another way to fund those that critical infrastructure. But raising taxes on Arizonans right now is not the answer to do that, and I absolutely don't support that.
I know we've asked you before, and ever since you keep getting asked about the state gas tax, about 18 cents a gallon, and some sort of temporary suspension of that. Has that moved forward at all? Can you tell us where you are with that?
So I know that Arizonans are suffering right now, and I want to do everything I can to help that. And so nothing is off the table. This is a conversation for budget negotiations, which thankfully, I'm happy to report that we had a meeting with the budget negotiators today. So hopefully we're going to see that moving forward.
Okay.
All right, so why don't we talk about the budget?
Yeah.
Okay, so you said the Republican budget is, quote, reckless and unbalanced. Okay, so you vetoed it a couple days ago?
Yes.
All right.
Yesterday.
Yesterday. All right.
No.
It was a couple days ago.
I don't know what date it is. A couple days ago, yeah.
Okay. So why the veto? What didn't you like? I saw something about the Arizona GOP budget excluded summer food programs for low-income children. Was that the reason, or were there many reasons?
Oh, there were so many reasons. First and foremost, we have to there's a lot of things in their budget that come with high price tags that we have to figure out together how we're going to pay for. And their solution, which was across the board, indiscriminate fund sweeps as well as agency cuts, that didn't make sense. And that was harmful, including if you look at public safety, just the effects on public safety, cutting the Department of Forestry and Fire Management as we're just getting started with what we predict is going to be a very challenging wildfire season, putting lives and property at risk. the Department of Child Safety, including cuts that would potentially cause them to cut back on caseworkers that we need to help keep kids safe, and border security.
You mentioned that you had meetings and that they are progressing, which is outstanding, I think. Most Arizonans, I think, probably struggle to understand how the budget and these negotiations directly affect them.
Yeah.
We hear about politicians not agreeing on things all the time. Yes. We have is it a June 30th deadline or coming up?
Yeah, that's when the fiscal year ends, and then the new one starts July 1st.
Can we play a worst case scenario just so I can understand? June 30th comes and goes. There is no deal. What does that look like in Arizona?
Well, that's not going to happen.
Fair.
Last year, we were kind of very close to that deadline. And I think that there were some Republicans in the legislature that were eager to try to force a shutdown because they thought it would look bad on me. They sent me a budget much like the one I just vetoed this week. And I vetoed that one and forced them back to the table. And we were able to come together in a much closer time crunch and pass a budget that was bipartisan and balanced and funded a lot of priorities. And I am confident we're going to be able to do that again this year. I think, a lot of their passing a budget, sending it up to me, a budget that they refuse to negotiate is kind of political theater, and they know that. And so, now we're hopefully past that, and we can move forward and negotiate a budget that works.
But vetoing everything's a little political theater as well.
Yeah,
I mean, this is this back and forth, and it just feels like we have to get to the 11th hour before people go, okay, it's time to get something done.
Yeah, no, and we're not at the 11th hour. And I think that Arizonans send us to the Capitol to do our job, and the most important job we have is passing a budget that makes sure that state government can continue, and that affects people every day and the services that they get from the state, whether it's supporting small businesses or veterans or keeping our kids safe or funding our public schools. Those things all depend on us passing a budget, and the budget that the Republicans passed, it's not just that they didn't negotiate that budget with me. It's that there were so many things in that budget that didn't work. And we have to come back to the table to agree on how we can make those things work.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs in studio with us every 2 weeks, an Outspoken exclusive. I don't get into all the budget stuff. I don't know what's going on. I know that both sides aren't getting along. All right. Do you guys negotiate face-to-face?
Yes.
So you negotiate with Warren Peterson?
Yes.
So you're in the same room?
Yes.
It's interesting. How do you get along with him?
Look, I think that we have shown time and time again that when we are able to come to the table and put the political differences aside, we can do what's right for Arizona. We did that on the Ag to Urban Water legislation last year. We've done it on 3 bipartisan balanced budgets. And so we might not agree with each other on a lot of policy issues, but when we can focus on the problem in front of us and find ways to find common ground and understand that nobody's going to get everything they want in a budget compromise, we can get it done.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs in studio with us. Let's go back to Andy Biggs. He was on the station today. Broomhead was out, but Matt Salmon was in. So I want to play a couple clips. I want you, maybe to react to some of it because he's most likely going to be your opponent. We know that, Schweikert is not polling very well. Andy Biggs probably going to run away with the primary. So he was on the show, the Broomhead show earlier today. Let's listen to this one. 38 seconds. You tell me what you think. Here we go.
I've met with Secretary Bergman. We've talked with Secretary Bergman. We've talked with the Bureau of Reclamation people. I've talked with the Secretary of Agriculture.
So this is about water.
Yeah.
Secretary of Commerce. All trying to get them to understand how critical Arizona is to the food security of the country, national security issues, economic security, TSMC, et cetera. You got a governor who went out and told the world, said, Arizona doesn't have any more water. I will tell you, we lost hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars worth of outside investment overnight. And I know that because I talked to some of these business people.
Governor, what do you think of what Andy Biggs said?
Well, look, I also have talked to all of those secretaries about how important Arizona is to the country's economic security and national security and food security. All of those points that Andy Biggs just made in that clip he got from me, because we've been saying that. I will never stop fighting for Arizona's water. In fact, I got the Secretary of Interior, Secretary Burgum, to pull all of the basin state governors together so that we could have a conversation at the governor level about how we can come to an agreement, because the upper basin had been not negotiating in good faith. On Friday, we submitted a lower basin plan to the Secretary of the Interior for them to consider in the final plans that will save Arizona's water and ensure that we can continue the economic growth and that we're experiencing and continue our important role in national security. And so he's just flat out wrong. We have not lost however many millions of dollars of investment. In fact, TSMC has continued to double down on their investment. We are benefiting from the largest foreign direct investment in the nation's history, and we're continuing to bring investment in because we have the best water protection in the country, and we will not sacrifice our water future, but we can do both, grow sustainably and protect our water.
Governor Hobbs in studio with us and on the KTAR YouTube channel as well. Again, whoever the nominee is for the Republican Party, we're assuming a presumptive nominee in Congressman Biggs, could be Congressman Schweikert as well.
It'll be Biggs.
Okay, it seems like that. Will you commit to debating them? Will there be a debate?
Look, it is very early to have that conversation. I'm focused right now on what I'm hearing from Arizonans, that they're struggling, and I'm doing what I can as governor to lower costs for Arizonans, to ensure that students across our state have good opportunity with public schools and making sure we're funding public schools. And those are top of my mind right now. We have a long ways to go before we get to the general election.
Governor Hobbs, I didn't hear a yes or a no in there.
I am talking to Arizonans across the state, and right now I think that's the best way to communicate with them.
Is it about poll numbers? Like, if you're up by 10, you're not going to debate. If you're down by 3, you debate. Is that what we talk about here?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
It's not about poll numbers.
No. And I'll tell you this: this race is going to be close, no matter what any poll says. And I'm not taking a single vote for granted. I am focused on continuing to reach out to Arizonans in their communities across the state. And that's what I'll continue to do.
Do you like to debate? Do you like to have a debate against a political opponent?
Look, this isn't about whether I like to or not. It's about the best way to communicate with voters. And
but you can understand that people like to see that difference. They like to see the contrast. They like to hear opposing viewpoints, and see you argue, promote, and or defend your position.
I mean, the last several debates I've watched have really devolved into a circus. The 2022 GOP primary gubernatorial debate, the last few debates I've watched in the California governor's race, I don't know what voters get from that at all.
Okay. Like, if I look at, do I remember certain debates? Yeah, of course I do. But, you know, when Biden debated Trump, we all saw this is a president that shouldn't be a president. He wasn't sharp. He was terrible. I remember the debate that we carried here, and I remember it very carefully. I had left my seat to go to the restroom, and I came back 2 minutes later, and I asked one of our producers, "How's it going?" And I think he goes, "Biden's a disaster." And I'm like, "Oh my gosh!" So I think that voters can, you know, look at a debate and say, "Well, that guy can't put two words together," and you know. People have won, like the RFK Nixon was huge.
Yeah, you can lose a debate. There's an argument as whether you can win one, but I think it's obvious you could lose one.
Everyone wins a debate, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right. The spin room or
because
whatnot.
I would be like, I'm worried I'm going to lose the debate. I'm worried that I might get caught up on something. Is that something that you think of too, or?
I'm not worried about that at all. I know that I'm focused on Arizonans, and what I'm hearing from them every day are their top priorities: lowering costs, investing in public schools, securing the border, creating good-paying jobs, protecting our water. Those are the things I'm focused on, and I am happy to put my record of delivering on those issues for Arizonans up against any opponent any day.
I know one of the Governor Hobbs. I know one of the things that's top of mind for a lot of folks, and we see a lot of numbers out there, very few of them good, about housing affordability and the opportunity for, especially young people, maybe their first home or whatnot, the American dream, as we call it. What can you, as governor, do to? I hate to use it, make housing more affordable, but at least create the environment that maybe costs or housing costs come down.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. I mean, this is a huge issue. I hear it everywhere across the state that I go, and that's why I've taken a lot of action to help lower costs of housing specifically for Arizonans, including repealing our state, the rental tax that cities could charge. Not every city was charging it, but repealing that rental tax, investing in first-time homebuyer assistance so more Arizonans could afford their first home, signing several bills that help cut red tape to make housing more affordable, and the bipartisan legislation that we passed last year, the Ag to Urban program, which is not only helping lower the cost of housing by freeing up where we can build more housing, but also helping protect our water. I know there's more to do, and I'm going to continue to look for common sense policies that we can pass that will help lower the cost of housing for Arizonans.
Governor Hobbs, thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Governor.
Appreciate it. That's Talk to the Governor. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs joins us every other week and comes in and faces some of the questions. Again, we appreciate you being so gracious with your time. You can go back and watch the entire interview also on the KTAR YouTube channel. We'll react to what the governor said. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, Dave Ramsay here from my friends at Window World. With the Arizona weather heating up, it's good to know that Window World windows are specifically made for the harsh Arizona climate. Right now, you can lock in 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with energy-efficient solar zone sun shield glass, tax included, for one all-in upfront price of only $5,989. And that price includes Window World's noise reduction upgrade. Plus, you can save an additional $100 off any new patio or entry door. Best of all, their certified installers can complete most projects in just one day. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. So don't wait for summer. Schedule your free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
KTAR News Flash.
5:18, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Thankfully, I'm happy to report that we had a meeting with the budget negotiators today.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs just moments ago telling Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos she vetoed the GOP budget proposal they sent her because
there's a lot of things in their budget that come with high price tags that we have to figure out together how we're going to pay for. And their solution, which was across the board indiscriminate fund sweeps as well as agency cuts that didn't make sense.
She says she's also worried about cuts to the Department of Public Safety. If you missed her comments, you can watch them on our KTAR YouTube channel. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. With a check on the road home now, Enrique Garcia's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky Lynn, thank you. Phoenix with a crash on the Durango curve / I-17 northbound near Van Buren Street. Mesa with a crash off left US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near Kussmaul Road. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus. Notice changes in your loved ones or think they'd enjoy more friends and activity? Visit beatitudescampus.org and see how special this community really is. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Certainly appreciate Governor Hobbs, as well as every other governor over the last few decades who comes in and spends a little bit of time in studio. They don't know what questions we're going to ask them. We turn on the mics, turn on the cameras, and have at it. And Governor Hobbs just spent 15 minutes answering questions from both of us.
Yeah, takeaway. We started talking about gas prices.
Yeah.
Andy Biggs, who's going to be the opponent for Governor Hobbs, argued that it's her fault that gas prices are high. That's stupid.
But
and
it's
nobody
ridiculous.
believes that. It's
no governor is controlling gas prices.
I understand that too, but it's just a dumb talking point. Let me tell you who I blame for gas prices. Okay, I blame Trump and his stupid war in Iran. This isn't political. This is just fact. I blame Trump and his stupid war in Iran, and I blame California. These refineries are always broken down. There's always one that's not working.
Well, can I push back on you?
Yeah, it trickles to us, and then we pay.
California doesn't own any refineries. They're all owned by private companies.
Still.
They make business decisions.
Right.
California
we get all of our
doesn't.
gas from there.
We get it from Chevron.
Yeah.
Valero. I drive by these refineries. You know what I'm saying? I hear people. I'm not mad at you. Don't get me wrong. I hear people all the time go, "Well, California is." I go, "It's not California. These are companies, and they're companies that are making business decisions. And business decisions for them sometimes cost us more money."
It just seems Texas. They don't have the problems in Texas because Tucson gets gas from Texas.
A lot of it does come that way.
Yes, and guess what? Tucson gas prices are always lower.
Yeah.
Than us in
10
Phoenix.
to 15 cents usually.
So when Andy Biggs wants to come out and talk about gas prices, look to your buddy, the guy you helped on January 6th.
Oof.
Look at your buddy who went to war. That's why the gas prices are.
Well, he doesn't want to run on what's going on, so he has to come up with a boogeyman. And he's never going to blame Trump for anything.
I understand that. It's silly. And it's one of those things where it's like, okay, I know that Governor Hobbs is going to sling crap at Biggs, but you got to pick what you're going to sling. We're not stupid. We know that it's not her fault that gas prices are out of control.
Like, make it at least, yeah.
Right.
I mean, come on.
That you got
keep it in the world of semi-plausible.
Of reality.
Of reality.
There's a war going on.
Yeah.
And gas prices, you're paying 50% more for gas today than before the war. And there's a reason for it.
And one person started this war.
One person started this war, and I'm sorry.
And by the way, was not Governor Hobbs. I checked.
It's Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And it's not to sound left-leaning. No, it's reality.
Well, facts are facts.
It's reality.
They don't care. Yeah.
It's reality, okay? And so gas prices are high because of President Trump. If you think that these gas prices are going to go right down after we stop this war, you haven't done your research.
Now, again, there are things that the governor can do. And I didn't understand it because when I heard the Andy Biggs, Congressman Biggs comment about the waiver on the, what do they call it? The summer blend, the slightly more expensive gas that has to do with the environment.
The Environmental Protection Agency waiver.
All I did, I Googled it, and it said Arizona got a waiver starting on May 1st. It goes through May 20th, and it could be renewed based on factors on the ground. So we got a federal waiver on May 1st.
And here's where you can hit the governor. If she doesn't renew it after May 20th and we're still in this war, she's not doing enough.
Yeah. Well, it's and by the way, it's the federal government that has to renew it. You have to request it. Right. If she doesn't request it, then you got an argument.
Yeah. But right now, and listen, does anybody, maybe some of you like the summer blend fuel. I don't. I don't. There's still a brown cloud in the sky. We're not doing anything to help it. Help people with their wallets. And so for the first 20 days of May, the governor asked for the EPA waiver. If she didn't, she would have failed on this.
And rightfully so, could have gotten called on the carpet for it.
Yeah.
But saying that it didn't happen is factually incorrect. We are currently living under the waiver, and whether you believe it or not, gas is actually cheaper today than it would be if we were having to purchase the summer blend.
Right. And so guess what I've got circled on my calendar.
What?
May 20th.
May 20th is when this waiver expires.
I don't believe that the war is going to end this month, by the way.
Well, I don't think gas prices are going to go down by May 20th.
That's a good point. That's a good secondary point.
Regardless of the war.
So here's the deal. I'm expecting the governor to ask for that waiver, and I'm expecting it to pass.
The federal government
and
to
that we save
grant
some money.
It. Yeah. And I don't know if it's, do they only do it 3 weeks at a time? Like, I don't understand the timing of it.
But if she doesn't ask for it again May 20th and we see our gas prices go up and she'll be here in studio, that's what we're going to talk about right out of the gate.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. And coming up next, will the release of these government UFO files shake religion to its core?
By the way, this is true. Secret Pentagon UFO briefing today.
We're talking about it next. Gatos is so excited. Outspoken on KTAR.
War with Iran.
Trump wrote on social media, if they don't agree, the bombing starts. Iran has not agreed to anything yet and remains publicly defiant. One official declaring Iran has its finger on the trigger and is ready. But the American blockade is squeezing Iran's economy. The Pentagon announcing U.S. forces fired on another Iranian-flagged tanker.
KTAR News is covering the Iran war on YouTube, on air, online, and the KTAR News app.
All right, if you are hurt in any kind of accident, do not, I repeat, do not let the insurance companies push you around. You got to hire my friends at Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They specialize in the car, truck, motorcycle accident cases. Insurance companies, they often try to minimize or deny your legitimate claims. You need a closer. You need a beast that is going to walk into court with you and take on these insurance companies. And that is Sweet James. They've been doing this forever. Over $2 billion with a B recovered dollars for accident victims. I've got a friend who got in an accident after our softball game, car accident with her husband, both injured, both still recovering. It's been over a month. Their car was crushed. And guess what? They hired Sweet James. And guess what? They are on this case. And they are winning this case. By the way, Sweet James wins 98% of their cases. 1-800-9-MILLION. 1-800-9-MILLION. Go to sweetjames.com if you are injured and tell them Gatos sent you.
Hey there, campers! It's Jan from Toyota. Time to pack your bags and buckle your seatbelts because this summer we're headed to Camp Toyota. And the fun starts now! We're kicking things off by kicking up mud. Jump in, campers. We're going off-roading in a powerful new 4Runner. Next, we're taking a RAV4 to go fly fishing. Then we're heading to the hot springs in a spacious Sequoia.
Jan, what is that smell?
Sulfur stinks. Now we're hitting the hiking trails in a rugged Grand Highlander. And finally, park your Tundras and Tacomas around the campfire because we're roasting marshmallows. Don't worry if you burn a few, folks. I brought a truckload. Your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends June 1st. Toyota, let's go places.
Hi, this is Mike Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, with a question for you. Have you heard people talking about how it's become so much easier to put together your own estate plan? With online templates, non-attorneys, even AI, it's remarkable how accessible it all is. For many things, that kind of convenience is ideal. But when it comes to something as important and personal as your legacy, most people want and deserve something more than doing it yourself. Because estate planning isn't just about documents, it's about the right perspective. Someone who understands the bigger picture, asks the right questions, and will help ensure your estate plan works as it should. That's the difference a dedicated, experienced attorney and team will make. At Morris Hall, we guide you through each step, bring clarity to important decisions, and create a plan that truly reflects your life and the people you love.
Morris Hall, a premier choice for estate planning in Arizona. Visit morrishall.com to schedule your complimentary consultation. That's morrishall.com.
Gleason Roofing.
Jim Sharp here, and as affordable as the roof repairs were that Gleason Roofing did at my house, and as affordable as Gleason Roofing makes getting a new roof, it could still be a lot of money to pay out of pocket. So Gleason Roofing's making it easier than ever to get your roof done now and pay over time with flexible financing options like 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners. The bottom line is this: you don't have to wait until there's a problem. Gleason Roofing can take care of your roof now with payment options that fit your budget. And trust me, you want the honest people at Gleason Roofing, a GAF Master Elite contractor that's been protecting Valley homes for more than 25 years, doing your roof. Invite them over for a free, honest roof audit. No scare tactics or pressure. It's just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there. Go to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was a kid, we didn't have much. One day, a box showed up on our doorstep. No name, no note, just things we really needed at the time. I was probably 7 or 8, and I still remember opening it and feeling what real kindness felt like. That's why we show up the way we do at Moxie Pest Control, because one small act of kindness can mean everything.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Just moments ago, Governor Katie Hobbs joined Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos and talked about gas prices.
Gas right now is high across the entire country. It is on average $1 more than it was a year ago. And that is because of the war in Iran, which last I checked, I had nothing to do with. The president caused this.
The governor says Arizonans are suffering as a result of a war we didn't need to be in. You can catch her full interview on the KTAR YouTube channel.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
And this just into the KTAR News Center. Crews now responding to a new wildfire at Horseshoe Lake near the west side of the Verde River on the Cave Creek Ranger District northeast of Phoenix. An estimated 300 acres are burning. Resources on scene include air attack, Type 1 helicopter, a local Type 3 helicopter, and 4 engines with air tankers en route. We'll have more details on this wildfire throughout the evening. Get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Just download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. The Court of International Trade has ruled against the president's tariffs. Another loss for the president's attempted shift to U.S. trade policy. The federal court struck down the 10% tariffs imposed worldwide by the president after his initial attempts were also denied by the U.S. Supreme Court. Arizona AG Chris Mays says this shows the president cannot make up powers and is not above the law.
We are still reporting that this situation is very low risk for the general public.
The state health department is monitoring an Arizona person who was on the cruise ship with the hantavirus outbreak.
Little information is available, but State Health Medical Director Joel Torrique says they're monitoring for symptoms daily with this individual. That includes temperature checks, but they don't know if the person was even exposed.
In order for this individual to create a potential risk for the public, there has to be very close contact.
If symptoms should show up, the person will be quarantined and household members will be monitored and tested. Melody Burkett, KTAR News.
Let's check the road home now with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Scottsdale, new crash blocking the left-hand lane. Loop 101, Pima Freeway southbound near Via de Ventura. Phoenix with a crash on the Durango curve / I-17 northbound near Van Buren Street. Mesa crash on the left-hand shoulder. US 60, Superstation Freeway eastbound near Chrismon Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tomorrow we're expecting a high of 100 degrees, 103 on Saturday, and Mother's Day Sunday, 105. Currently in Apache Junction, it's 93. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee. Homes2X.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hi, Joe Huizenga. What is Maricopa County doing to make home building in the Valley easier and to ease our housing crunch? Find out tonight at 6 on Arizona's Evening News. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, and the KTAR app.
So, are we getting a little bit closer to some sort of, I'll call it, grand reveal of what the United States government has on UFO, UAP, alien life forms. Are we getting a little bit closer, Gatos?
I don't know, but there was a secret Pentagon UFO briefing today.
Well, how secret could it be? We know about it already.
It's not on Twitter.
Okay.
Anyway, the second part is, it seems that government officials have pulled aside a few pastors around the country and told them to get ready for what is about to be released. And get ready means, I think there are a couple different reasons. Would the release of these UFO files, would it shake religion? I don't know what they're going to come up with. I don't know what we've got.
We have no idea what's in it, right?
For all I know, we don't have any aliens. We don't have a ship. I don't know what some of these things are in the sky. I'll be the first to say that. It's crazy. But, you know, I think that one of the biggest, discussions that if Trump goes ahead and releases some of this stuff and we're looking at it like, oh my gosh, what is this stuff?
Like mind blowing. I mean, at this point, you can imagine what we could find out.
I think some of the people that talk about this, and you know, I do the deep dive, and you know, some of these people are kind of wacky, and then some of them are like, wow, they're pretty interesting. It's like, you know, they say that you might want to read the Bible again with a fresh set of eyes. And I don't know exactly what that means. It could mean, are there things in the Bible, you know,
that would be contradictory to what we learned about aliens,
right? Yeah, or angels, or chariots, or people that have visions, or you know, beings from the sky. Is any of that in texts of the Bible?
Well, it gets
Quran?
into this whole how was the universe created,
right? Yeah, and so here's the question. Did the aliens create us?
Oh, God.
Or did God create us? Or did God create them too?
We haven't even gotten that sci-fi movie yet. Did the aliens create us?
I mean, you know, a lot of the podcasts that I look at and some of these, you know, so-called experts are like, they say that they created us and we're containers of souls.
Really?
And that's it. And they look at us like we're an ant.
Ugh.
Right? Like, how would you look at an ant that was traveling? You saw it walk across. Right. Would you stop and no?
Yes. Yeah.
And so
it's just there.
The craziness that I read and I look at is if there are these beings, they're so far ahead of us.
Super intelligent.
So super intelligent that, you know, they look at us and they're like, it's like an ant.
We're just ants.
Yeah, we're nothing.
Can I tell you that? And I know that. Again, the religious argument or concern is one thing. I really think that the reason we won't learn a lot and we won't learn what they have has more to do with like national security. I think, how about this? I think the government is less concerned on the impact it has on religion as opposed to the impact it has on I agree. The military versus China or Russia. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because if the government releases some of this stuff, which they say they're going to do, they say the people should know. You don't think we're the only ones with this stuff?
Well, okay,
There's
you
no
say
way.
That. You say that. Let's say we have...
Say we have a craft.
Some craft that has some unique propulsion system we've never even thought. Okay, and we're trying to reverse engineer it.
Yeah. So is everybody else.
No, there's no guarantee that one of these crashed in China or Russia. Oh. We may have the only one.
No way.
They may have something completely different.
I don't think so.
Really? You think there's only one?
No. I think that if some of these did crash, there are countries that have it too.
I think other countries have something. Mm-hmm. But nobody wants to tell the other countries what they have.
Correct.
Thinking they're the only ones that got it.
Right.
Right?
Yes. And, you know, sometimes I think, well, maybe, you know, could these beings have been here well before us?
Oh.
And then you go to the interdimensional thing where
I can't do that.
They're human beings from the future.
I don't understand.
And by the way, if we look like that, man, did we screw up?
We are in a world of trouble.
I just think it's fascinating to talk about because
I agree.
Movie after movie after movie has been made about it. You openly discuss what is the possibility of extraterrestrial life, and then you start seeing, videos of what these pilots and generals have seen for years over the ocean.
Commercial airline pilots?
Right. And then Marco Rubio comes out and says, there's some stuff we need to talk about. You're like, wait, that's Marco Rubio.
Congressman Burchett has been talking about this from Tennessee.
Right.
There's the John McCain story that he was not allowed in the Barry Goldwater story that he was not allowed in a certain area at an Air Force base, despite being the ranking member of the U.S. Senate. They would not let him in.
Are we going to see any proof of anything? I don't know.
In this day and age,
or are they just going to release some videos?
Yeah, or like a grainy picture.
Wow, that thing goes fast and then stops on a dime, and we've seen that before.
Do you think in this, when you think about like all of the fake videos and AI out there, like I think to convince a lot of people, you're really going to have to go a ways. Like you're going to have to trot them out and walk them down Fifth Avenue. Like, we're going to need something that we can't go, oh, this was staged. Oh, that's, movie tricks.
But, and I'm no fan of Donald Trump, especially the second term. He's a disaster. Nobody knows TV like this man. He's a genius when it comes to television. I'm just saying, if he came out and trotted out a body, you're not going to believe that, are you?
No.
Okay, but you just said they have to show.
They're going to really have to. They're going to have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt.
I'm just saying, if he trots out a body,
I don't know.
If he calls a press conference at Area 51, and don't think he won't, by the way. Who would have thought he would have went into
Is this going to be like Geraldo's vault?
No, because they're going to know what they got.
They already know ahead of time.
Like, Donald Trump wants to be the one to tell the whole world we're not alone. He wants to. He could be. I mean, he'll be remembered for that forever. And so,
are they holding on to it? You think it's just waiting for we got to wait for the right time to release this?
I don't know. And I don't know what other presidents knew. I have no idea. But we've never talked about it more. It's never been in mainstream media more.
Right. Not just the crackpots and exactly.
But even when we had the Phoenix lights here, people were trying to, as thousands of people saw it, and they're like, that's a ship.
Right. They know what they saw.
Right. Then there are thousands of people who saw it on TV and goes, yeah, I don't know what it is, but it's not a ship. I'm just saying, you're asking for real proof, and I'm saying if the president came out and he dragged an alien with him that's dead, you're not going to believe that either. So are we going to believe anything?
Yeah.
I don't know. But here's another argument. If he does, let's go say he goes Area 51.
Area 51.
There he's having, he's got the podium. Spaceship behind him. You buy it? I might buy it.
I might need like Neil deGrasse Tyson there with him going, I've checked this out also.
Yeah.
We might need Bill Nye the Science Guy. We might need some people with some expertise to go, this is amazing.
I've said it before. I don't know what it is. I don't really want to believe it.
Yeah.
I truly am like maybe the only person that wants to believe we're the only living beings in the solar system.
Right.
But who knows? And who knows if they'll ever release this stuff? We thought we were going to see the Epstein files. And
there didn't. Is that. It's all going to be redacted. You bastard. Anyway, checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. And coming up next, are you taking a pay cut? Did you get a pay cut this month and didn't even realize it? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, let's talk about your weight. I know. Nobody likes to talk about that. When's the last time you got on the scale? Are you scared to get on the scale? Are you worried? You know you've gained weight. I don't want to look. Okay. What do you want to do about it, though? Are you going to eat salads for the next 15 days? Try and go to the gym? Maybe walk around the block a little bit? You're spinning your wheels. Listen, go to Red Mountain. At Red Mountain Weight Loss, they've got all the programs that you need. How about what I like to call the nectar of the gods? GLP-1 medication. I'm sure you have a lot of friends that are on GLP-1s, and I'm sure you got a lot of friends that are looking great. That could be you. Got to take the first step. Go see the doctors at Red Mountain Weight Loss, okay? They will help you overcome issues that can keep you from losing weight, like a slowing metabolism or menopause or hormone imbalance. They will give you a personalized plan tailored to your specific needs. All you have to do is mention Gatos when you call Red Mountain Weight Loss, okay? It's redmountainweightloss.com.
May is National Stroke Awareness Month, and this month's KTAR Community Impact Spotlight is on Bureau Neurological Institute. KTAR and Bureau encourage you to learn the signs of stroke and remember to be fast. B for sudden balance difficulties, E for eye and vision issues, F for facial drooping, A for arm weakness, S for speech difficulties, and T for time to call 911. To learn more, visit bureauneuro.org/stroke. KTAR News, proud to shine the Community Impact Spotlight on Bureau Neurological Institute.
Everyone loves springtime in Phoenix, so don't ruin it painting. Do what your neighbor Deanna did. She called Rhino Shield.
I was noticing some cracks in the stucco and the paint's faded. I was like, okay, I think I should get my house painted. So my neighbor had a Rhino Shield placard in the yard. And after they were finished, I was just, wow. With the warranty and everything, it just seemed silly not to go that route.
The ceramic coating of Rhino Shield is specifically formulated for our climate.
So the Rhino Shield crew came out. Nothing was damaged in the process. I was very happy. They just didn't leave a mess. You couldn't even tell they were there. And the house looked so different. It just looked like a new home.
Better than paint, backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. And now get the protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
Rhino Shield, I think it increases the value and the curb appeal of your home. Definitely worth it.
Rhino Shield owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, RHINO.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Dave Ramsay here. Not every home improvement needs a full remodel. Sometimes one smart upgrade can change everything. That's where my friends at Trevec Remodeling and Roofing come in. For over 20 years, they've been helping homeowners love their homes. Their smart refresh projects transform your kitchen or bathroom, like new countertops, cabinets, a backsplash, or shower conversion, without changing the floor plan. Real improvements made in days, not months. And if you're ready to go bigger, Trevec handles complete remodels of any size with clear communication and solid craftsmanship you can count on. Call 480-367-1171, 480-367-1171, or visit Trevec.com. That's Travek.com. Ask about their complimentary remodeling seminars. Trevec, building dreams together for over 20 years.
I'm down 13 pounds in 3 weeks. Hi, Joe Huizenga for Soda Diet Nutrition. How'd I do it? Simple. Kristen, my nutritionist at Soda Diet Nutrition, and the amazing Soda team. They've helped me each step of the way because Soda is all about nutritionist-coached weight loss. My program's personalized to my body and my goals, and the best part, it's just food. No pills and no injections. A lot of people have asked me about the food, too, because they've had bad experiences in their past eating bland, nasty cardboard from other companies. With Soda Diet Nutrition, you're eating real food from the grocery store. I make my own meals, and they taste good. Check out Soda Diet Nutrition right now, sodadietnutrition.com, or call them at 866-800-SODA, SOTA. If you join now, your partner joins free. 2 people, real accountability for the price of 1. Guys lose about 3 to 5 pounds per week. Women lose about 2 to 3 pounds per week. Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:48. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Thankfully, I'm happy to report that we had a meeting with the budget negotiators today.
That is Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs telling Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. She vetoed the Republican budget because of what she calls indiscriminate fund sweeps and agency cuts across the board.
Including, if you look at public safety, just the effects on public safety, cutting the Department of Forestry and Fire Management as we're just getting started with what we predict is going to be a very challenging wildfire season.
You can also watch the full interview where she talked about gas prices on the KTAR YouTube channel. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound, approaching the Loop 202 South Mountain Freeway northbound transition. Chandler with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202 Santiago Freeway westbound, approaching the Loop 101 Price Freeway northbound transition. And a quick look into our surface streets. Peoria with a crash on Cotton Crossing Lane and Whitney Drive. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
War with Iran.
The Pentagon says Iran fired missiles at American Navy destroyers trying to cross the Strait of Hormuz, and that the U.S. fired back, striking Iranian military facilities and command locations. Central Command describes the American strikes as self-defense. In an interview with Meets, President Trump called them something else, a love tap. Still, Iranians now accuse the U.S. of violating the ceasefire, though the president insists it is still in effect.
KTAR News is covering the Iran war on YouTube, on air, online, and the KTAR News app.
Mike Broomhead.
When you look at Representative Yasmin Ansari files 6 impeachment articles against Pete Hegseth. So here we go again, impeachment. And people roll their eyes. It is just, if this is going to be the playbook, this will be the only thing that holds them back from a massive victory in November.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
This is Jim Sharp. NOAA says we're in for a wet monsoon. NOAA, the federal agency, by the way, not the dude with the ark. Will it refill our languishing lakes? The state's climatologist joins us after 6 a.m. on Arizona's Morning News. Listen on 92.3 FM or watch on KTAR's YouTube channel.
We don't have enough time for me to talk about that.
Oh, my goodness. So,
good Lord, that was bad.
Now.
I'd fine him.
Stop.
Sorry. Dad jokes, you get fined.
Good news, bad news? The price of gas isn't going up as much as it could be? I don't know. Taking a look at AAA today, fuel prices. Maricopa County, average gas price, $4.94. I saw a lot of $4.99s. It's almost as if gas stations, like if they put 500, 501, like they think people are going to come in the front door and go, you're
going to pay it.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on how much you're going to put in. But, there are people with cars that take premium gasoline, and you're paying almost $6 a gallon.
Yeah. If you're paying...
So if you've got the regular unleaded, you're paying $5 a gallon. That's what it is. If you're paying premium, it's almost to $6. It's an outrage. It's ridiculous. The war is the stupidest war maybe we've ever been in. It's ridiculous.
Diesel in the state of Arizona is $5.78 in Maricopa County.
And the ceasefire is holding up well. We were firing at each other today.
It doesn't seem to be going well as the ceasefires go.
Iran, who, our president keeps saying, Iran wants out. Then why did they try and bomb our Navy today?
They literally shot missiles at
destroyers.
At the United States Navy.
It's gutsy.
It's something.
It tells me you really don't care about a ceasefire and you don't care about a deal.
You certainly aren't worried about retaliation at that point.
I think if you're Iran, you like holding the world hostage. Yeah. Because you're controlling
They've never been more powerful. Think about it.
Not at all. Absolutely. They're controlling the strait.
Never been more powerful as a nation.
They're making our president look foolish.
You, though, all of you, probably took a bit of a pay cut. You didn't even know it. Because of how much extra you are paying to commute to work and back.
Oh.
I wonder if more and more people or more and more companies, Gatos, might be doing the, 2 days at home, 3 days in the office type thing.
I think people would like it. I don't know.
Cutting them a break.
I don't think it's happening.
It's not happening.
No, everybody's back in the office. I mean, you're not really getting that hybrid anymore where it's, 3 on and 3 at home. But, I mean, this war continues and gas prices shoot up well past $5 a gallon. I think that it wouldn't be a terrible idea to go to your boss and say, listen, I've got a 45-minute trek in and a 45-minute trek out. Let me work from home once or twice a week.
Are you practicing this for our boss? Because that's me.
You want to do that?
No, I'll come in, but I got a 45-minute trek both directions.
I'm not feeling sorry for you.
You're not?
No, it's not like you have to buy diesel anytime. I know.
Oh.
Yeah, it's real pain.
But it's
and it's not going away anytime soon. By the way, you want to open the Strait of Hormuz tomorrow? You're still going to have high gas prices for a long time.
It's not going down immediately, sadly.
No, it doesn't.
That's just not how it works.
It's not how it works.
Yeah. Appreciate you guys spending time with us today. If you missed any of our conversation with Governor Hobbs live in studio, remember you can go back and check it out on the KTAR YouTube channel as well and see some of the questions she got and some of her reactions. Make up your own mind on that.
By the way, the first question in her reaction, I've never seen her react like that.
Yeah.
It's
worth a good reaction.
Yeah,
it was a good reaction. I'll give you that. Appreciate you spending time with us today. Appreciate everybody on the other side of Double Pane Bulletproof Glass. We've got our First Lady of Outspoken over there. That's Miss Jules, producing the show. Thank you very much. Don't forget, the Pride of Tennessee, that's Becky Lynn with all the news and information. And, of course, with all of your traffic, shout out to our buddy Enrique. Don't call me Iglesias. Thanks, guys.
Arizona's Evening News is next. Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
A stroke can happen to anyone at any time. In the United States, someone has a stroke every 40 seconds. And every second a stroke is left untreated, nerve cells die in the brain, increasing the risk for lasting neurological deficits. But with fast recognition and immediate treatment, recovery outcomes can improve dramatically. That's why it's crucial to learn and remember to be fast. If you think you or a loved one has had a stroke, look for the following. F for facial drooping, A for arm weakness, S for sudden balance, speech, or vision difficulties, and T for time to call 911. The Barrow Petznick Stroke Center is a stroke center of excellence and is home to the Barrow Emergency Stroke Treatment Unit, a mobile emergency room offering curbside care for stroke patients. The stroke specialists at Barrow Neurological Institute are here for you. To learn more, visit barrowneuro.org/stroke. That's barrowneuro.org/stroke.
Hi, Jamie West here with Jerry, one of the amazing Life Plan residents at Beatitudes campus. And Jerry, what do you love about the Life Plan at Beatitudes?
Number one, we should be moving. Beatitudes Life Plan includes 28 acres where you can walk. We have lots of opportunities to be social. You can live independently but have some help through Beatitudes at home. It's all here.
Learn more about the Life Plan community by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Hey, Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax. And Stuart, when it comes to retirement savings, building wealth, you hear the word diversification a lot. What does it mean? Is it really important?
Well, it's more important than most people know, but most people get it wrong. They think that the more stocks or mutual funds you own, the more you're diversified.
That sounds diversified.
but it's not usually the case. If you buy a bunch of mutual funds and those mutual funds all buy the same stock, what's happening there? There's no diversification at all. We see tons of overlap where the same stocks are purchased in mutual funds.
So what do?
You test it out. And what we find out with our portfolio analysis, most people have terribly diversified portfolios. That's why it's important to get an absolutely free second opinion.
All right, get that portfolio review by going to assetpreservationwealth.com. Assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
War with Iran.
It's unclear just how long this stalemate is going to last, but the Washington Post is reporting that a CIA analysis shows that Iran could outlast the president's blockade by at least 3 to 4 months before facing severe economic hardship. ABC News has not independently verified that reporting, but the president telling me he's in no rush to end this conflict.
KTAR News is covering the Iran war on YouTube, on air, online, and the KTAR News app.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Thursday evening at 6 o'clock. I'm Joe Huizenga.
And I'm Becky Lynn. Tonight,
we are still reporting that this situation is very low risk for the general public.
New details tonight about an Arizona resident who was on that ship tied to the hantavirus outbreak. More on that coming up in just a moment, as well as
calls for charges against a Phoenix officer after the shooting of a father who subdued an intruder. I'm Balin Overstoles.
First, though, let's go to the roads and get you home. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Joe, thank you so much. Tollison with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near Avondale Boulevard. Mesa with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound approaching Chrismon Road. And looking to our surface streets, Phoenix with a crash on 91st Avenue and Thomas Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tomorrow, sunny with a high of about 100 degrees. Tonight, 68 degrees for our low. This weekend, sunny both days. Highs in the low to mid 100s. Ugh.
Well, we knew it was coming. So
right now in Apache Junction, 89 degrees. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Thankfully, happy to report that we had a meeting with the budget negotiators today.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs just about an hour ago telling Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos she vetoed the GOP budget proposal they sent her because
there's a lot of things in their budget that come with high price tags that we have to figure out together how we're going to pay for. And their solution, which was across the board indiscriminate fund sweeps as well as agency cuts that didn't make sense.
She says she's also worried about cuts to the Department of Child Safety. If you missed her comments, you can watch it all on our KTAR YouTube channel.
Very, very low risk for anyone in the community.
The state health department isn't too concerned about the Arizona person on the cruise ship with the hantavirus outbreak.
Not much information is available, but we do know the Arizona person is asymptomatic so far.
This individual was indeed in that cruise ship, but we have no proof that this individual is even infected. So we're just monitoring for symptoms.
State Health Medical Director Joel Torriquez says it's not believed the person was exposed to those on the ship with the virus, but if the individual starts showing symptoms, there would be concern for the public. Melody Burkett, KTAR News.
Maricopa County health officials have confirmed 3 new measles cases and identified 10 public exposure sites across Mesa. These cases are connected, but the source of infection is unknown still. Anyone who visited locations like a Fry's food store, a Target, or several restaurants between April 19th and May 3rd should watch out for symptoms through late May. And we have a full list of the locations at KTAR.com.
New this evening, crews are battling a new wildfire, this time northeast of Phoenix. The Horseshoe Fire is near the west side of the Verde River on the Cave Creek Range District. It's estimated at about 300 acres right now. Crews are attacking it from the air with several helicopters and air tankers with more support on the way.
A man who killed his ex-wife and 2 children on Christmas Day 2017 has been sentenced to death. A jury had convicted Anthony Milan Ross on 3 counts of first-degree murder. Prosecutors say Ross shot Iris Ross in a parking lot and then killed 11-year-old Nigel and 8-month-old Honora inside his apartment. The attack led to an hours-long police standoff before Ross was arrested. Maricopa County Attorney Rachel Mitchell says the sentence delivers justice for the victims.
Peoria police establishing a tip line asking for more information surrounding allegations of sexual misconduct involving 2 Centennial High School teachers and a student.
The tip line is to help investigators gather more information relating to allegations that teachers Haley Beck and Angela Berlacca engaged in sexual misconduct and grooming involving a student. County Attorney Rachel Mitchell has not filed formal charges, citing the need to interview a critical witness. Anyone with valid information is asked to call the Peoria tip line at 623-773-8132. Again, that's 623-773-8132. John Roller, KTAR News.
If you need that number again, we have that and more information available at KTAR.com.
Wall Street today was down, influenced by volatility in oil prices, driven by concerns about the situation in the Middle East. The Dow fell 303 points, closing out at 49,597. The NASDAQ was down by 32, and the S&P fell 28. If you need more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com.
The Phoenix City Council approved new regulations on food distribution within its parks in a 6-3 vote last night. The vote updates the Safe Medical Treatment in Parks Ordinance, which was approved in December when the city first restricted medical treatment within Phoenix parks. Since then, the city reworked the ordinance to add food distribution and regulate the activities rather than ban them. Bowen Overstoles, our KTAR News reporter, covered the vote all afternoon and evening last night, late night for Bowen. Bowen, originally we'd heard one city council representative, Ana Hernandez, speak out and plan to vote no on this issue. We thought it was going to be an 8-1 vote. It wound up being a 6-3 vote. Why did other council members change their mind and join Hernandez?
Yeah, that's a great question. We did see the opposition to these rule changes really triple since December. So along with Ana Hernandez, who we've heard a lot from in her opposition to this, she's talked about that she's not really sure if this will actually work. She really does oppose the measure overall. But we also saw more opposition to it in interesting ways. So Councilwoman Laura Pastor, she actually initially introduced this back in December. She ended up voting against the rule change last night. And that's because she seemed to be wondering why food sharing got added to the mix. So you sort of summarized it on the top, but again, this started as a ban on medical care in Phoenix parks, then turned to regulating it, and then included food sharing along with the medical things as well. So her issues were really with why are we talking about food and medical care? She did try to separate those, but that really didn't go anywhere with her fellow council members. And then lastly, Jim Waring, he also opposed this measure, but unlike the previous 2 people I spoke about who actually had issues with it, he actually said he doesn't want to allow these activities in parks at all, and he doesn't want his name attached to something that in any way permitted this. So he actually was more in favor for a total ban of medical treatment and food distribution within city parks. And on the other end of this, you did have the majority of the council supporting the measure. Really staunchly was Betty Guardado. She spoke very emphatically about it and multiple times pointed to stories that she's heard from her constituents of young people or families finding needles in parks. There was a story from one public speaker who was a young child who said he went down a slide in a Phoenix park and got stung by a needle. So those were sort of the main concerns that we were seeing from people who wanted this rule change to go through, and that was the bulk of it last night. We saw that from Betty Guardado. We saw that from Ana Hernandez. We did hear from Councilwoman Keisha Hodge Washington that there is a 6-month review window built into this, and she did say that they want to keep track of how this is working down the line.
So what happens now? When does the ordinance actually go into effect?
So the ordinance will go into effect June 5th, and we did learn last night that at the end of this month, they're going to start opening those permits and start taking, requests from organizations that want to operate within parks. So that process is going to be starting very soon. And then again, starting June 5th is when enforcement actually begins, and you can no longer provide medical care, and probably more common for more listeners is you can no longer go to a park and begin sharing food without permission from the city.
And it's limited to like 2 groups per month, right?
Basically, yeah. It's 2 permits per park, and not all Phoenix parks are eligible. So that means there are just some parks where this can't happen.
Okay.
So 2 permits per park, and that is between medical and food. That means it could be 2 medical, it could be 2 food. They don't each get 2.
Okay, or one of each. Okay.
And can we still expect a lawsuit here, Bowen? I know you talked about that over the last few days as well. I know there was an organization who was saying that if this goes through, which it has now, that they were going to sue. And if that's the case, so could that put everything on hold again here?
Potentially. Obviously, it would depend how that plays out. I did hear from an organization that doesn't want to formally declare this yet, but I was told that a lawsuit is on the table and it's something they're exploring. That was one organization. I heard from another that they do absolutely plan to sue. Nothing fully in the works yet, and that's why we're not putting names to these at this point, because they haven't actually gone out and done that, but they are definitely exploring those options. Jim Waring did say, one of our council members, he did say, Phoenix has had threats of lawsuits a lot. He's heard that threat in passing various rule changes throughout the years, and he seemed very, very unfazed by it, essentially inviting that challenge in from organizations.
KTAR News reporter Bowen Overstolz, we appreciate you covering this issue and spending a long night at the City Council and then a longer night back here at the station. Thank you so much.
I love to do it. Thanks, guys.
Thanks. Yeah, there were a lot of people, both for and against that proposed
hours
ordinance.
of public comment.
Oh, my goodness gracious, yes. So coming up in just a few moments, the family of a man who was mistakenly shot and killed by Phoenix police is asking for the county's top prosecutor to change her mind and prosecute the cop. We're going to talk about that story coming up in just a few moments.
Stay informed on everything education with the KTAR News Eyes on Education newsletter. Text EDUCATION to 620 620. We'll get you information on signing up for our newsletter, and you'll be able to keep up with all the latest education news in Arizona. KTAR News Time, 610.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Gleason Roofing.
Jim Sharp here, and as affordable as the roof repairs were that Gleason Roofing did at my house, and as affordable as Gleason Roofing makes getting a new roof, it could still be a lot of money to pay out of pocket. So Gleason Roofing's making it easier than ever to get your roof done now and pay over time with flexible financing options like 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners. The bottom line is this: you don't have to wait until there's a problem. Gleason Roofing can take care of your roof now with payment options that fit your budget. And trust me, you want the honest people at Gleason Roofing, a GAF Master Elite contractor that's been protecting Valley Homes for more than 25 years, doing your roof. Invite them over for a free, honest roof audit. No scare tactics or pressure. It's just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there. Go to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
Message and data rates may apply.
This is Patricia Valencia. Every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water. Please take just 2 seconds today to help prevent these tragedies. Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last. Visit Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620. And remember, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
LaDonna Harvey here. It is home selling season, and you know that the biggest mistake you could make while selling your home is settling for less money. The good news is you have an Orchard backing you up. That's not going to happen. Lowball offers can really wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less because you are just too tired of this nonsense. Well, that does not happen. You don't have to settle with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents right here in the Valley can help you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front to buy and move into your new home. first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. And then once you're settled in, your Orchard agent is going to help sell your home on the market for top dollar. With Orchard, you don't have to settle, and you certainly don't have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much you could get for your home? Visit Orchard.com and get a free home valuation. Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was about 13, I started mowing lawns to make a few bucks. Looking back, I don't know how I survived those Arizona summers. What I didn't realize then was how much I was learning, showing up, doing the job right, and taking pride in it. That's what guides us today at Moxie Pest Control, because reliability isn't something you say, it's something you demonstrate. Call 888-MOXIE-10.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
Hey guys, Patricia with the Mike Broomhead Show. St. Mary's Food Bank is doing something really big this weekend. We'll talk to them, and we got Kristen Bentz in for Mike. That's coming up tomorrow on the Mike Broomhead Show.
It's 6:14. Thanks for joining us here on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Becky Lynn with Joe Huizinga.
He really helped out a lot. He stepped up when there was nobody to take care of us.
We're hearing from a man. We're hearing from the family of a man shot and killed by a Phoenix police officer by mistake. We're going to get to that story coming up as well. But first, let's get a check on traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Joe, thank you so much. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway southbound near Via de Ventura. Tolleson with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound approaching Avondale Boulevard, and Phoenix crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound approaching the Loop 202 South Mountain Freeway HOV transition. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Well, tonight we'll see a low temp around 65 degrees, but boy, we're going to start the warm up tomorrow. Yep, 100 is in the forecast for Friday, 103 on Saturday, and
Gross.
Mother's Day. Not a lovely gift for mothers. 105, possibly. Sorry. Right now in Queen Creek, though, it's 89 degrees, so enjoy that. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
We're always seeking solutions to housing prices here in the Valley, and last week we had a guest on with us from the Common Sense Institute of Arizona, and he talked with us about how it's not necessarily the legislature that will fix our Valley housing problem, but rather local zoning ordinances are likely the solutions. Joining us now is Maricopa County Supervisor Tom Galvin. Good evening.
Hey guys, how are you?
Great. Nice to have you in studio with us.
Thank you for having me.
So last year, while you were chair of the Board of Supervisors, we understand you called on the county's Planning and Zoning Department to overhaul the current zoning ordinance. What effect is that going to have on housing across the valley?
That's right. And as you guys know, Maricopa County is the fourth largest county in the nation. There's 4.6 million people that live here in the valley. And no matter how you slice it, even if, some people say, oh, break up Maricopa County, you're still going to have 4.6 million people living here in the valley. And one of the things that I have seen, one, when I was campaigning, but two, every single day when I meet with constituents, is the concern about housing. And it's amazing because I moved out here about 20 years ago. And frankly, Arizona and Maricopa County then was considered very affordable.
Right.
And it was a very attractive place for people to come live, and we have a great quality of life. But, with growth comes with problems. And when a lot of people move here and you don't build enough housing stock to keep up, you create this pressure on the market. And people tell me they have concerns for their grandkids who are just coming out of college, or their kids who have just been graduating and have a job. And frankly, young couples were telling me, hey, we just had a baby. We're stuck in an apartment and we cannot afford a place to live. So I said, this is a problem. And frankly, we cannot sit around and wait for the state to act. What can we do about it? And so, yes, last year when I was chairman, the 5 members of the Board of Supervisors, we got together and we pushed forward to an overhaul of our zoning laws to help remove the impediments to this problem that we have.
So did it work? Have we overhauled some of the zoning issues that can make building more housing?
Absolutely,
Okay.
it did. And so we started in January of 2025, and by December of 2025, we voted. So that was an 11-month process. 6 months of it was the real heavy lifting work. But we removed over 50 pages from our zoning ordinance, 13,000 words. And what we did was we streamlined it, and we completely stripped it down from the beginning and started up again. One of the stories that I like to tell guys is that when we were looking at our zoning ordinance, one of the uses was for a tinsmith. Okay, so if you guys know anyone who's still a tinsmith these days,
Sure don't.
please let me know about it.
I don't think so.
They're not even in the yellow pages. I'm like, okay, why do we have something here in our zoning ordinance for tinsmiths? And it wasn't just that. It was just so much. It was replete with different things that were basically outdated or too burdensome. Our zoning ordinance was written in the late 1960s. Think about what Arizona and Maricopa County was like in the late 1960s. Now in this modern era where you have a smartphone at the touch of your finger, you can access the world and everything that comes from it. It's just a totally different environment. And Maricopa County back then probably didn't even have 1 million people, and now we're the 4th largest. We had to take a look at it, and we're very proud of it. And it wasn't easy. Stakeholders, residents providing input, all the different things that are going on with this housing market, but we're really proud of the outcome.
Maricopa County Supervisor Tom Galvin joins us in studio right now. So what goes into the zoning ordinance now? No more tinsmithing in there.
Yeah.
What's it look like now?
So what we did was we simplified all of the different aspects of residential zoning, small commercial, light industrial, heavy industrial. This also encompasses all of the business aspects that we have here in the county and the different uses that we have. But from a residential standpoint, we also had to be cognizant of people who already live in communities that they love, that they've been thriving in, and to make sure that we're not doing something basically stupid, right? If people live in a neighborhood with single-family residential homes, they don't want to be told, well, we're going to be putting multifamily apartment complexes here or even duplexes and triplexes. You have to be very careful and you have to be reasonable. But in other areas where there either hasn't been any development or there's areas that are ripe for development, then we're like, okay, we can have different kinds of housing stock because young people who are looking, they are looking at different types of housing than frankly our generation was or our parents' generation. A lot of these younger couples and families, they don't want a big, large house with a big yard and a pool. They want a small, more versatile option because they want to go out on weekends, they want to travel, they want to go visit friends from out of state or visit family from out of state. But at the same time, we had to be respectful to people living in their current communities and say, we're not going to harm the way that you live right now.
And that sounds exactly what a starter home would be, something
Right.
a little bit smaller. I know when our guest from the Common Sense Institute was here, he talked about some of the zoning ordinances were things like allowing homes to be built with a one-car garage as opposed to a 2, or maybe a carport, and maybe bringing in the what do you call it, the setback, so the lots are not quite as large. Things like and architectural features, a certain kind of roof or something like that. That those were things that were adding the cost onto houses, and if we could rein some of that in, is that some of the things that you looked at?
You nailed it. That's the exact point. And when we were drafting this last year, people were literally making those points. So our planning and zoning department, my hat's off to them, because at one point they're still doing their job, but they're also now doing this extra task that I basically put on their backs. But they were just taking notes the entire time and soliciting all of that feedback. Setbacks, that's a really important thing. You no longer have people wanting to live with a setback where their front door is 30 feet from the curb. And so if you're able to move this setback all the way, closer to the curb, you're saving space, you're preserving the environment, but at the same time, you're facilitating more density being built. You don't want density everywhere. You want it in targeted areas. But at the same time, yes, younger people want those things. And frankly, it actually makes the houses more affordable because then they're not as expensive as an option that was saddled with all these different things.
Right, it costs less to build it to start with.
Exactly, right.
Does the county zoning ordinance, does that apply to all of Maricopa County?
No, it only applies to areas under Maricopa County jurisdiction, which is unincorporated areas. So
Okay.
that is a frustration for me. I represent District 2 in the county, so I represent all of Mesa, all of Scottsdale, Fountain Hills, Carefree, parts of Phoenix, which include Arcadia, parts of Tempe, which includes ASU, and the 2 Indian reservations. What frustrates me is that at Maricopa County, we cannot tell Phoenix, well, you got to do X, or tell Scottsdale, you got to do Y. But as I said in the beginning, we can control what's under our jurisdiction. However, unincorporated Maricopa County, if you took it as one municipality, it would be the 3rd largest in the entire valley, after Phoenix and after Mesa. We have about 350,000 people that live in unincorporated Maricopa County throughout the region that are subject to our jurisdiction. And frankly, as you guys have seen, that is where the growth is happening.
Yes, it's booming for sure.
Especially in the West Valley.
Yeah.
So a lot of these planning and zoning cases are coming before us. And frankly, they're not going in certain cities or towns that are considered to be built out. So we knew we had to be proactive and we had to get ahead of the curve. Because when people are moving here from out of state or from California, and they're looking at the West Valley, unincorporated Maricopa County, it falls on us.
Is there anything else that the Board of Supervisors can do to help see more new homes being built, bring the cost of the housing down for everybody? I mean, this is a great step, but, right now, houses, the average price, maybe it's the already built houses, close to $500,000 in some instances.
Yeah.
And you were talking about how it used to be so affordable. 100,000, 125, which seemed like a lot then. But it just, even with these changes, it feels like it's still astronomical.
So Maricopa County has been growing. We're always one of the fastest growing counties in the country, if not the fastest growing. I like to compare us to Harris County in Texas, where Houston is located, and Miami-Dade in Florida, because those are really the two other regions that we're competing with for economic development dollars. But one time at the county, we had an employee that we were going to hire from out of state. They came here. They couldn't find a place to live. And they said, actually, we're not going to move here. They ended up moving to Texas. And I hate that, right? You hate losing out on someone or talent, or hearing that someone would prefer to live in another region. The other thing is that we're keeping an eye on is the economy. Inflation, gas prices, all of these things are different pressures on people in their pocketbooks and their wallets right now. All 5 of us at the Board of Supervisors, these are things that we're concerned with. So we're continuously going to take a look at it. And if there are ways to fine tune or to keep making this better, we're going to do it. But this was a significant achievement to be done in just 11 months last year. The state legislature and the governor, they get a lot of attention, I think outsized attention for all of these local issues. And you hit it earlier. It's up to the cities and towns and municipalities. That affects our lives more on a daily basis.
One more before we get you out of here. I know last night we're talking about expansion around the valley, data centers.
Yep.
When we talk about data centers, we know there's almost 100 of them around the valley already. And last night, the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors approved a key permit for a somewhat controversial data center project in the West Valley, 4-1. Project Bacara is what it's called, and it would put 2 data centers and a gas power plant on a 160-acre site near Luke Air Force Base. Now, there were a lot of opponents of this project at this meeting, from what I understand. How would you characterize apparently it was a very lengthy public comment out there as well that took place, and why'd you vote in favor of the project to move forward?
Absolutely. First of all, I'm really proud of the Board of Supervisors. Everything is done transparently. So there have been lengthy hearings on this process. People have had many opportunities to weigh in. We get emails, we get phone calls. My staff tells me about all of them, and I'm able to read all the emails that I get. But also, the Planning Commission at the county voted unanimously in favor of this project. But yesterday, Supervisor Debbie Lesko, who represents this area, she said it right. She said, this is not a rezone. This is about a military compatibility permit with Luke Air Force Base. There's only so many things that you can build next to a military base. You can't build residential homes. So that's one of the things that is on our zoning ordinance, right? So what can you build? Well, a data center, you can build that. It's already zoned industrial. And frankly, there's a lot of controversy and questions about data centers, but data centers are basically a matter of the future. Everything that we're doing now, whether we're tapping into a cell phone or we're typing on a computer or we're sending a message to a loved one, it's going through a data center. If you're taking video at your kid's baseball game, it's going to go through a data center. And now that AI is being such an important component of companies and our national industrial complex, also important. But at the same time, where can you put them? Where should you put them? There was a very controversial data center project last year, you guys, I'm sure know, in Chandler. That was not the appropriate place to put the data center. And hats off to the mayor and the city council there, and I agree with them. I don't believe that every single data center that applies for approval should be approved. You got to do it on a case-by-case basis. However, in this one, it was the right place to do it next to the Luke Air Force Base. And importantly, the Brigadier General of the Air Force Base says, yes, this is appropriate. Secondly, there's energy concerns about data centers. It's now what I call BYOP, bring your own power, because people are concerned when you put in a data center and you plug it in, it's going to suck up a lot of energy. It's going to suck a lot of power. People are concerned about energy prices, as they should be. Well, now it's incumbent upon this data center developer to build their own power, so they're going to bring their own power to the site. And I think that's an added benefit as well, because these data centers do use a lot of power, and actually it's keeping companies up at night like APS and SRP saying, hey, we can't approve every single data center that comes down the pike, but in certain situations we can.
Maricopa County Supervisor Tom Galvin, thank you so much for taking some time with us this evening.
You guys.
We appreciate it.
Thanks for coming in. So coming up, Governor Hobbs was in studio this afternoon on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos and had a lot to say, and we're going to share some of that with you in just about 5 minutes. We'll check on traffic again as well. KTAR News Time is 6:28.
5 years ago, I started as an apprentice, and now I'm a licensed electrician at the Resolution Mine. Every morning that I go down in the mine is still a thrill. The work is challenging, it pays well, and I like being part of the clean energy economy. EVs, solar panels, every new technology needs copper, and we can provide it right here.
Copper is essential to Arizona's economy and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
Hello, Amy Batten here, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B, as heard every Saturday at 5 p.m. on 92.3 FM KTAR News. As interest rates continue to improve, more buyers are stepping back into the market and opportunities are moving fast. The difference between winning and missing out often comes down to your team. The right real estate team doesn't just open doors, they position you to win. Negotiation, preparation, and local expertise can save you thousands. Thinking about buying in Arizona? Work with a team that truly cares with proven results. Batten Home Group, powered by Waterstone Mortgage and West USA Realty, for all of your real estate and lending needs.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying, where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes, so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley Real Estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
Need to feed a crowd? Let Venencia's bring the flavor to your next event. We know you have a lot of options when feeding a large group. Ordering directly from Venencia's means you get the best service and the absolute best pricing. There's no per person fee. Just tell us how many people you need to feed, and we'll come up with the perfect plan to ensure everyone is well fed and happy. Invite Venencia's to the table. Visit Venencias.com and we'll take care of the rest. That's Venencias.com.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, The Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Thursday evening. It is 6:32. I'm Becky Lynn.
And I'm Joe Huizenga. Tonight,
I'm running against Katie Hobbs.
Andy Biggs makes his case for why he should be the next governor of Arizona. And the latest on that ship at sea that was carrying passengers who contracted hantavirus. But first, we're going to take you to the roads right now. Here's Enrique Garcia to get you home safe live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky Joe, thank you so much. Phoenix with a vehicle extraction on 35th Avenue and Carver Road. Phoenix with a crash, Lower Buckeye Road and 99th Avenue. And Glendale with a crash, 51st Avenue and Maryland Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight we're going to be in about the mid to upper 60s with clear skies. Tomorrow we're going to hit triple digits and a little bit on up from there for the entire weekend. Right now in Phoenix it's 89. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Justice for Christian! Justice for Christian!
The family of Christian Rendon, a man wrongfully shot and killed by a Phoenix police officer, speaking out after the county attorney denied the charge involved Officer Jason Valenzuela. Attorney David Chami argues the officer should face criminal negligent homicide charges.
He is specially trained to assess situations and to take due care before he uses deadly force. He failed to meet that standard. In fact, he failed it miserably.
Officer Valenzuela shot Rendon thinking he was the suspect in a violent incident at the family's home. Rendon had the suspect pinned to the ground.
The Court of International Trade ruled against the president's tariffs, another loss for the president's attempted shift to U.S. trade policy. The federal court struck down the 10% tariffs imposed worldwide by the president after his initial attempts were also denied by the U.S. Supreme Court. Arizona AG Chris Mays says this shows the president cannot make up powers and is not above the law.
The state health department is monitoring an Arizona resident who was on the cruise ship with the hantavirus outbreak. So far, the person is asymptomatic, but state health medical director says the individual is being monitored closely, and that includes daily temperature checks.
Eyes on Education.
A recent update in the legal battle between trade school EVIT and 9 local school districts could freeze money for career and technical education programs.
The East Valley Institute of Technology has filed an injunction order with the Maricopa County Superior Court, asking the court to freeze tax dollars that had been set aside for the 9 school districts' career and technical education courses unless the money is specifically used for EVIT satellite programs. Chad Wilson, EVIT superintendent, says this would ensure the tax dollars are used as intended.
Those dollars are tax dollars, but they're tax dollars that have been specifically identified to create CTED, CTE programming, which ultimately leads towards workforce development.
The districts released a statement saying, quote, "This dispute is about EVIT attempting to expand its control over all CTE programs. The legal battle began when the districts and EVIT were unable to reach an agreement to update the intergovernmental agreement." Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
There's more education solution stories at KTAR.com/education.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Arizona Congressman Andy Biggs is making his case for why he should win Arizona's governor race. He exclusively tells the Mike Broomhead Show Arizona has fallen behind on key issues like the economy and education. Biggs' primary opponent, fellow Congressman David Schweikert, also exclusively joined KTAR on the AZ Political Podcast with Jim Sharp. You can hear and watch the full conversation on KTAR.com and the KTAR YouTube page.
In sports, the D-backs lost to the Pirates today. It was 4-2. They're going to host the Mets tomorrow night on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. First pitch at 6:40. And the Arizona State Sun Devils introduced their new men's basketball head coach, Randy Bennett, who will take over at ASU after departing St. Mary's this past season. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Governor Hobbs joined Bruce and Gatos on Outspoken this afternoon for her Talk to the Governor segment. They led off the discussion talking about gas prices, and this question from Gatos to the governor.
Andy Biggs has argued that high gas prices in Arizona are your fault. All right. Starting out just great. How is that? How does he come up with it's your fault?
Gas right now is high across the entire country. It is on average $1 more than it was a year ago. And that is because of the war in Iran, which last I checked, I had nothing to do with. The president caused this. And so Arizonans are suffering with higher gas prices because of this decision to go to a war that we didn't need to be in. And as far as I've heard, the congressman continues to support this war, and it is harming Arizonans who are pain at the pump. Now, I've done what I can to lower gas prices in Arizona. I requested a waiver from the federal government for the summer fuel blend. I was glad to see they not only granted that waiver for Arizona, but for the whole country. But clearly, gas prices are still high. So this is something caused by the federal government. I want to see solutions from Washington. I support a federal gas tax waiver, and I hope that's up for consideration.
We saw the Arizona Republicans submit their state budget this weekend, which the governor called both reckless and unbalanced as she vetoed it. She took a few minutes to lay out why she was in favor of the GOP plan.
Oh, there were so many reasons. First and foremost, we have to... There's a lot of things in their budget that come with high price tags that we have to figure out together how we're going to pay for. And their solution, which was across the board, indiscriminate fund sweeps as well as agency cuts, that didn't make sense. And that was harmful, including if you look at public safety, just the effects on public safety, cutting the Department of Forestry and Fire Management as we're just getting started with what we predict is going to be a very challenging wildfire season, putting lives and property at risk. The Department of Child Safety, including cuts that would potentially cause them to cut back on caseworkers that we need to help keep kids safe, and border security.
Governor Hobbs assures that we'll see a budget deal get finalized by June 30th of this year. Coming up, we're going to take you behind the scenes of an esports, gaming, it's a hangout, really, a remade modern high school library.
It's cool.
How about that? We're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story and another check on traffic. KTAR News Time, 6:39. Becky Lynn, I wrote this down today. I was thinking about soda diet nutrition, and I wrote down, do weight loss right with soda diet nutrition.
Okay.
I was thinking about, how do I talk about soda when I come on and talk about them at night? And I want to say do weight loss right, because no shots, no pills. To me, it's just food.
It's the natural, normal way.
It really doesn't get easier than that. I eat grocery store food every single day. I don't have to deal with any shots or any pills. And I don't feel sick to my stomach or gross, and I'm not convincing myself, oh, don't eat, you just did this shot or anything like that. Soda Diet Nutrition makes it so easy for me. You can check them out for yourself right now, sodadietnutrition.com. SOTA, that's sodadietnutrition.com, or call them at 866-800-SODA. If you join now, your partner joins for free. 2 people, real accountability for the price of 1. Women lose about 2 to 3 pounds per week. Guys lose about 3 to 5 pounds per week. So, how do I feel at the end of the day? I feel great. I get out, I get my 30-minute walk in, I get maybe 50, 60-minute walk, or I get a nice run in. I couldn't feel better right now, and it's all thanks to Soda Diet Nutrition. Down about 15, 16 pounds over the last month. It's just flying off of me. It's crazy. And soda is, I got to say it with me, state of the art.
Arizona's Morning News, the Valley's only all-news morning show.
There are over 22,000 homes on the market in the Valley, and the Phoenix Realtors Association says with demand being flat, it's a buyer's market.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News. Weekday mornings 5 till 8. Watch on the KTAR YouTube channel and listen on air, online, and on the KTAR News app.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hi, Jamie West here with Jerry, one of the amazing Life Plan residents at Beatitudes campus. And Jerry, what do you love about the Life Plan at Beatitudes?
Number one, we should be moving. Beatitudes Life Plan includes 28 acres where you can walk. We have lots of opportunities to be social. You can live independently but have some help through Beatitudes at home. It's all here.
Learn more about the Life Plan community by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Join us at Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade Event, our biggest trade event of the year, May 14th through the 17th. Trade in your RV and get the highest value guaranteed. Then upgrade for less with new RVs starting as low as $94 a month. Plus, take 25% off select maintenance services. Save up to 40% on camp-ready must-haves. And enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Red, White, and New Trade Event at your local Camping World, May 14th through the 17th. We'll see you there.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on brakes?
We mark Duralast brake pads down to free.
Free Duralast brake pads?
When you buy 2 rotors.
Can I get Duralast Gold pads for free?
With 2 Duralast Gold rotors, and there's a lifetime warranty on brake pads.
That's a huge markdown for like so many miles.
Save on brakes and more during Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is Jim Sharp. NOAA says we're in for a wet monsoon. NOAA, the federal agency, by the way, not the dude with the ark. Will it refill our languishing lakes? The state's climatologist joins us after 6 a.m. on Arizona's Morning News. Listen on 92.3 FM or watch on KTAR's YouTube channel.
It is 6:44. Thanks for joining us here on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Becky Lynn here with Joe Huizinga. Libraries have always been considered a place of quiet contemplation, a place for study, a place with stacks and stacks of books, and a place where if you get too chatty with the person next to you, you're going to get a pointed shh from the librarian. In high school, that's not always an attraction for teenagers. And that's why Robert Owen Jones, the librarian at Marcos Deniza High School in Tempe, reimagined the library as a gathering spot, and it has made all the difference. Mr. Robert Owen Jones, or Mr. OJ, as the students call him, thanks for joining us tonight on Arizona's Evening News and giving us a little look into what might be the school library of the future.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate you guys.
Hey, what's the draw of the Marcos Deniza Library? How did you change it?
Well, it really began quite easily. We just had longer hours. We opened our doors more often, and we got rid of some simple things that were kind of, impeding students kind of enjoying the library. There were lots of, old dusty stacks of encyclopedias, and we cleared space. And then we started to do things that we knew the kids would like we created an esports area. We created a 3D printing lab. We started investing more in manga, which kids are really into anime and manga right now. And then we also found some things that we thought that were kind of old school that, I loved. We had we started introducing vinyl records and vinyl record players, and kids began listening to records. And we have this record room we have here. And it led to more foot traffic. We just get more kids in the library, and then there's more eyes on the books.
So you're at the library right now. Show us around a little bit. And one of the things that I learned as well is you mentioned, 3D printing and an esports area. But apparently also the number of books that have gotten checked out has increased as well with all these changes that you've made too.
Yeah, we have our esports arena over here where we have had a couple of kids win, titles. We had a second place national finish in Overwatch 2. But having students just in the library is actually kind of an easy first step to getting them to check out books. You just get them in the door. But yeah, we had we went from the year before I became a librarian about 5 years ago. We had about 600 books checked out that weren't English books, English specific books, and we increased that circulation to nearly 1,500 in the third year after that. And so we've seen a huge increase in the number of just kids coming in to check out books. And honestly, it's easy. You get enough eyes and foot traffic into a library. You provide enough fun activities, and kids will find interesting things to read.
They also eat lunch in there, I'm told. So it's really become what they're now calling like a third space, a gathering spot.
Custodians like to tease me a bit and call it the laboratory, but or librateria. But it is a really easy exchange. Adults are allowed to eat indoors and in carpeted areas. And so as long as I'm circulating and talking to the kids, and we're talking about books, we're talking about games, we're talking about things that are going on in the library, our Dungeons and Dragons clubs, our peer tutoring, as long as they are in here and just hanging out, it's fine to have food and drinks. And they're always cleaning up after themselves. I never have a problem like you might see with litter or with issues that you might see in a traditional library. And, I really got a lot of these great ideas from a book that I read while I was becoming the librarian here called Hacking School Libraries, which really offered a lot of insight into just trying to break down some of those barriers. Play music. We play music all the time in here, and we just try to find a way to incorporate enough student activities into this space where the kids are just coming in, meeting us, and forming a community. And that's what we've really had a lot of luck with, is that community feel in the library.
What do you like most about the library? You mentioned a lot of really cool modern things, 3D printing lab, esports area, but then, also some of the throwbacks with the records and the books and the things like that. What are you most proud of when you step into your library?
I'm in my 40s, and I was kind of at the tail end of the record era, and I didn't really follow it much. But during the pandemic, I really got into collecting records, and I was just so surprised when I brought my record collection in and I started showing the kids that they didn't know how to use like a record player, a phonograph, and so showing them how to take care of a needle. We have what happens is because some of the materials or the equipment is so valuable that we have to teach kids how to take care of the needle, have to take care of records and, clean them without scratching them. And then the kids get really into taking care of the space and the area. And our record room, which I'll walk you to next, is I'm really proud of. We have 3 record players in there. And so kids can come in groups of 2, and they get 2 sets of headphones on, and they can just jam out or listen to music. The walls inside the room as well have become graffiti walls. So the kids can actually sign the walls when they listen to music. And it's just a space where we like to have kids to enjoy just being in the library and relaxing.
So now you told me that you also opened up the library after school hours to include families. What does that look like?
When I began the librarian here, one of the initial ideas I had was to go ahead and have a family night. And so we had 2 nights a week where we would open up, and I was trying to encourage people to stay later. I really wanted to get a new feel for the place. And so we would cook meals. I set up a fire alarm once. We'd cook meals in here and have lots of fun with families coming in. And we would invite, the community to come in as well and just use the space, because many parents didn't have access to printers or things like that at home and wanted them to have access to the area as well. We stayed open until 7 o'clock twice a week. We've kind of tapered that off a bit. As far as 5:30 now is about the time that we would typically end. But I have clubs that meet in here, D&D, Dungeons and Dragons students that will have their club meetings until 5:30. They'll stay late as well. And so we have lots of opportunities for people to stay after school. And because the only way you can truly, I think, build community is you have to be available. And so that's what we try to do. We have our homework lab after school for an hour where kids can get support. We have, again, the library stays open as late as we can keep it. We open it early in the morning as well at 7 a.m., an hour before school starts. And so just being available and being an open space is always what we're trying to accomplish, because it's the easiest way to get foot traffic and get kids to enjoy it.
Robert Owen Jones, the librarian at Marcos Deniza High in Tempe, joins us right now. He's known as Mr. OJ. What do you most want to add to your library?
Yeah, what's next?
Well, we're getting a vinyl. We're hoping to get a vinyl printer, and so we can begin to making T-shirts or stickers. The kids love sticker making. We actually have a button making machine that's, it's just a simple, fun thing that draws kids in. I would also like to, increase the number of computers we have in our esports area, because we have a growing esports program. It's a growing program nationally. There are colleges giving scholarships for it as well. And this year, especially because kids have really become interested in not just anime, but Western style comics. I've been growing our comic book collection, and the kids have been really engaged with that as well. But, it's just whatever the kids are interested in, we try to pivot and we try to have fun. For instance, my library has a mayor. We elect a mayor every year, and they're kind of the ambassador of culture, and trying to anyone who's new to the school or new to the library space, they are kind of the ambassador that brings them in and invites them to join esports or Dungeons and Dragons or peer tutoring. Or I also sponsor student council. Any of the clubs that we have on his campus, because Marcos Deniza is a truly wonderful place. It is my favorite place in the world. I live just down the street. It's a terrific environment.
I know I've seen a video of your library probably at lunchtime, and unlike most school libraries that I've ever seen before, it is packed, absolutely packed with kids, which I don't ever really recall seeing that when I was in school. It was more like you went in, you sat down, and the librarian was always going, shh, be quiet. People are reading, people are studying. Do you ever have to say shh to anybody? It sounds like there would be no reason to say that. We also try to balance our role as a library because there is a space. It used to be a space where we kept the VHS tapes, but it's a very large room right over I'll show you over my shoulder here. It's called our glass room, and it's a study room. And so that room is a space where we close the door and kids can work in there and can work in partners or in small groups, and it's very quiet in there. And so we try to provide that balance as well. That way I don't have to walk around and be the version of the librarian that I've never wanted to be, which is the one that would shush people. I mean, again, it's inviting people in. Some libraries, they keep security devices. They they have magnetic strips to kind of, police the books that are coming in and out. And I've always had the mentality that, what's the worst thing that happens if a book leaves a library and it doesn't come back? Maybe that kid needed that book. Maybe that book is a book that, is going to find a reader someday. So we find ways to, seek grant opportunities and to make sure we're continuing to make this a healthy environment for kids where they feel welcome and have opportunities to learn, read, and enjoy the school community.
You've given us a great tour around there, showing us, your record rooms, some of the esports area, things like that. How big is your library overall? How much space are you working with?
And that's one of the joys of it. We have sister schools in my district where their schools were built a little bit later. And my library was built in 1971 when there were study carrels and huge areas and spaces needed for encyclopedias and things like that. And so what we haven't had moving into this space, it was really quite easy. If we removed a lot of shelving units, we could find space for the esports area, the maker space where we have 3D printing and painting and our laser printer. We also have then the space where teachers would keep their VHS tapes, so we can just move some things out of there and then put in tables and chairs for kids to have a quiet study space.
So you've got plenty of room.
It is quite large.
Plenty of things to do. And are other schools emulating this model, or are you it right now?
I work with a wonderful group of librarians in the district, and I try not to I want to be modest about this. They all have wonderful programs, and so we've all, I think, tried to gain ideas off of each other. And I believe they've adopted some of the policies that I've instituted here, because we all want to make sure that we're, again, driving our library circulation, having kids independently read, having kids come in and find safe spaces where they feel welcome. It's just always the goal as the student. We want them to be first always. And again, I can't say enough about how wonderful Marcos Teniza is. It is the best high school in the world. I love this place.
Thank you so much, Mr. Robert Owen Jones, the librarian at Marcos Teniza High School in Tempe, with a library like you've never seen before, and the kids love it. Thank you for sharing it with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
Let's get a check on traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky Joe, thank you. Phoenix with a crash on the State Route 51 northbound near Greenway Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Going to be in the upper 60s tonight, 100 tomorrow, and in Carefree, it's 84. Conditions are perfect for a move. Homes 2X will buy your home on demand. Stay rent-free with a full value guarantee at homes2x.com.
Coming up, we're going to tell you about a new wildfire north of the valley. And out now, a new episode of the AZ Political Podcast with Jim Sharp. With just over 2 months until Arizona's primary, we hear from candidate David Schweikert, who weighs in on the current budget battle at the legislature. Watch the conversation on KTAR.com or on our app. KTAR News Time, 6:56.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Homes 2X buys your home for cash with a full market value guarantee, which means that when they resell it, you get the profit. Stay in your home rent-free until it sells and use all your equity in your current home to buy your next place as a cash buyer. No waiting, no stress. You control the offers, you get the profit. Want cash up front with a full market value guarantee? Sell your home at homes2x.com. That's homes, the number 2x.com.
Is your better half moving on to greener pastures? Is brown just not your favorite color? Then join us Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. for the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show. Good tips, great smiles, and fun colors. Yes, that's you. Hi, this is Brian from Whitfield Nursery. That's me. Join me Sunday mornings from 7 to 9 a.m. We'll green up your garden, save your trees, chase off those pests, and save some water, and just have fun. That's the Whitfield Nursery Garden Show, Sundays from 7 to 9 a.m. on KTAR.
Jody Jackson here, and I've spent years covering the Arizona Diamondbacks from some of the best seats. But honestly, the best seat might be right in your own backyard. Imagine this: pool, friends, the game on, and you're cooling off between innings with hot dogs on the grill. With Presidential Pools, you can turn your home into the ultimate game day destination. Built for Arizona heat and ready faster than you'd expect. Trust me, once you have it, you'll never watch the same way again. Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
High schoolers, here's a summer move that actually pays off. Jump into free summer school with Primavera Online. Our summer sessions are only 4 weeks long, so you can catch up, get ahead, and still have time for summer fun. Primavera has been serving Arizona students and families for 25 years, and we're just getting started. We're fully accredited, NCAA approved, and built for flexible online learning you can do from anywhere. Primavera is now enrolling free summer school for grades 9 through 12. Enroll today at freesummerschool.com.
These great nights we're having with the cool air, you want to open all of your doors and windows, but you know you can't because you have those flimsy screens, and that's the only protection you have from the outside world. Not with Bulldog security screens. With Bulldog security screens, you get real home protection. They protect like a fortress. They look amazing. They don't obstruct your views, but they are made with military-grade steel, and they're made right here in the state of Arizona, protecting your home and protecting the people that you love. Imagine opening those doors and windows, fresh air all night long, enjoying our perfect weather, doing it in comfort and in safety.